So it is 9:30 and I've started the recording. So whenever everyone's ready, I'll stop sharing my screen and I think we can.
Rachel or Jessica, do we have a quorum at the moment?
I believe Cody is keeping track there, but when we call the roll is when we will know for sure.
And I don't believe we have a quorum quite yet. So if we could give it another minute or two.
Okay.
Okay.
Still trying to find our SPAC members and our attendees.
Jean Finney is on. Could you let her in?
Good morning. Thanks for letting me in.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning, Danny.
Hi. I have a question. Do you want me to, am I controlling the slides or are somebody controlling the slides when I'm talking, doing the presentation?
Do you have a preference?
I would prefer to do it myself, but yeah, that could be done.
Rachel, can you set that up? Make sure that he has access to do that during the portion that's for the A's and port presentation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have.
Right, Cody, we're at 9:33 and we've got 91 participants. Are we ready to call the meeting to order?
I'm trying to get a couple more people over. Randy Scott, I've tried to bring you over into the panelist side. Can you please accept moving over to the the panelist side?
I see care of usage as well.
I keep trying to grab her, and then every time I do, there's more people keep coming in, so it keeps wiggling around. Andre Coleman, if you could accept as well.
Morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
Molly Mabram, did you make it over?
It seems like we might have a critical mass to get started. I would just say if any other SPAC members who haven't been moved over could just please raise your hands. That might just help us identify you so we'll make sure to bring you over to panelist. Members of the public will have a chance to make public during the public comment period.
And with that, Jessica, should I call us to order?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to the 6th Seaport Planning Advisory Committee, or SPAC as we call it, meeting on the Seaport Plan update. We're glad to have everyone joining us here this morning. My name is Jim McGrath, and I'm an alternate commissioner on BCDC. I will be the chair for this meeting. This is one of the places where I'm going to depart from the script that the staff has given me and remind you that I'm only here as the chair because of the passing of Ann Halstead. And it's only fit to honor her memory. She's certainly been one of my heroes. She was a person of enormous grace, particularly at the end of her time on this orb, where she reacted to a chronic disease with grace that I can only admire. So I wanted all of you to remember her and her importance and aspire to her level of grace as I do. I'm also going to say that obviously we have, just for those of you who have never chaired a meeting like this, let me just give you how complicated it is, and I'm going to make mistakes. I have my desktop screen in front of me with the necessary reading materials and the agenda. I have my laptop so you can all see me and I can see you. I have a script, I have 2 mice and my own notes, as well as a pad for taking notes. So bear with me if I make mistakes. The purpose of today's meeting is for the SPAC to vote on a recommendation to the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission on Bay Plan Amendment 2-19 as required by the Seaport Plan. Their recommendation will be included in the staff's preliminary staff report to the commission, who will ultimately make a determination about the amendment. First, BCDC staff will make a presentation on the proposed Bay Plan amendment, which does seek to remove the port priority use. They want to use the acronym PUA, port priority use, I'll use, designation from Howard Terminal. We want to make it clear that the merits or concerns of the larger proposed project, which includes a new baseball stadium and mixed-use development on the site, is not on the table at this time. That proposed project will need separate permitting from the commission and other agencies if this Bay Plan amendment goes forward. It's important to note at this that the rather unusual aspect of BCDC's jurisdiction on this and the importance, in my mind, of staying in our lane on this. We're certainly aware of, all of us, of the controversy and the substantial arguments on both sides of this. But we're here because of the nature of BCDC's jurisdiction. BCDC has broad authority over projects that might fill the bay. Outside of the bay, on those areas next to the bay, BCDC has only limited jurisdiction. It can only deny a project that doesn't provide maximum feasible access. But BCDC has 2 unusual areas of authority which are important here. One is the Federal Consistency Determination Authority, which allows BCDC a role in federal planning processes. And indeed, that has been instrumental to the current footprint of the Port of Oakland because it helped direct lands that were suitable for port use back to the port and avoided fill in that process. The other is BCDC's authority as a planning agency to reserve areas, which include port priority areas, but other areas, including parks, airports, industrial areas. And the purpose of that and why we need to stay in our lane, there is a so what to that. BCDC has the authority to hold on to land if it would avoid fill and approve fill if it must. And that is an important responsibility and a balance that we must make. The merits of the larger project are not before us. It is just that narrow question. And so I wanted to stretch out a little bit from the script that I've been given. After the staff presentation, the Oakland Athletics as applicants for Bay Plan Amendment 2-19, or the Port of Oakland will have the opportunity to make a presentation or any comments to the committee. SPAC members, as well as any members of the BCDC Commission present, will then have the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions. The SPAC will then hear public comments. Following the presentations and public comments, SPAC members will have a discussion and then vote on a recommendation to the commission. As I noted, the commission is instructed to focus narrowly on whether removing the port priority use designation for Howard Terminal would or would not detract from the regional capability to meet projected growth in cargo. I want to repeat that, regional. It is not just a question of capacity at the Port of Oakland, it's the regional capability. Please note that the SPAC is expected to make a recommendation for the proposed amendment based on the current Seaport Plan. The update to the overall Seaport Plan is still ongoing in Bay Plan Amendment 1-19, which addresses proposed policy changes and adjustments to port priority use designations at other seaports around the region. Further consideration of Bay Plan Amendment 1-19 to update the Seaport Plan will be the subject of a SPAC meeting later this summer or early fall. Our first order of business today is to call the roll. Committee members, please unmute yourself to respond and then mute yourself again after respond. Cody, would you please call the roll and tell us each member's affiliation?
Certainly. Chair McGrath, thank you.
I'm here, obviously.
First,
And
yes.
I'm a commissioner.
Excellent. Chair McGrath here, yes.
Yes.
All right. Andre Coleman from the Port of San Francisco.
Yes.
Christine Zortman from the Port of Redwood City. Matt Maloney from MTC.
This is Kara Busich attending for Matt Maloney.
Great, thank you. Alan Wolkin from the Port of Richmond. All right, we'll come back to him perhaps. Jim Triplett from Amports, Benicia.
Yes.
Brian Brandis from the Port of Oakland.
Yes.
Captain Lynn Korwatch.
I'm here.
Perfect. And Jean Finney from Caltrans.
Yes.
All right, we have a quorum.
I didn't hear my name called, but this is David Lewis and I'm here.
Apologies. Yes, David Lewis, thank you.
All right.
I'm here too. Diane Oshima from the Port of San Francisco.
I saw you, Diane.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
I would like to thank everyone, especially the public, for taking time to join this online meeting. Grateful for everyone's continued participation over the past year. I want to quickly share some instructions on how we can best participate in this meeting so that it runs as smoothly as possible. First, everyone, please make sure that your microphones or phones are muted to avoid background noise. Committee members, if you have a webcam, please make sure that it's on and remains on throughout the meeting, as it's important that the public and your colleagues are able to see you. If you have technical issues during this meeting, please email helpdesk. That's helpdesk, straightforward, at bcdc.ca.gov for assistance. Today's meeting materials can be found on the BCDC website under Seaport Plan Advisory Committee Public Meetings. It's right up there on my second screen. This includes the agenda, staff report, presentation slides, and written public comments received in the past few weeks. I'm pretty sure that you all know that the reading material for this meeting has been quite substantial. In addition to the staff report, we've received 299 comments as of this morning. I think all the members have familiarized themselves with the gist of those and are clearly aware of the substantive arguments that are behind this. To submit written comments during or following today's meeting, please email public comment, again, just 2 words, no space, public comments, comment, no S, public comment at bcdc.ca.gov, where public comment is 1 word with no spaces and 2 Cs. Any comments received today will be posted next week. Next, we turn to item 4 on the agenda, the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair McGrath. I'm just gonna share my screen here really quickly. Hopefully everyone can see my slide, but not my speaking notes.
Looks good, Corey.
Great, thank you. Just gonna adjust my video here. Great. Well, good morning, members of the Seaport Planning Advisory Committee, and thank you to everyone who's joined. Today, we look forward to giving you a presentation regarding Bay Plan Amendment 219. The purpose of this presentation is to assist the Seaport Planning Advisory Committee, or SPAC, in making a recommendation on the proposed amendment to BCDC's commission. In advance of today's meeting, BCDC staff have circulated a staff report that contains background information and a preliminary assessment of the major policy issues related to this amendment. I want to emphasize that BCDC staff have not made a recommendation to the SPAC or the commission regarding Howard Terminal. The intent of today's meeting is for the SPAC to discuss the important policy issues and ultimately for the SPAC to provide a recommendation for the commission's consideration later this spring. After this meeting, staff will be developing a report and a preliminary recommendation to the commission, and that's tentatively slated to be released on April 1st. This report will be informed by the SPAC's considerations today, but also please note that the BCDC staff recommendation is independent from the SPAC recommendation. So there's a few things going on there, and I'll explain more about how this process works. So here's a brief preview of what we'll be presenting today. So first, I'll provide background on the Bay Plan and Seaport Plan to give some context to today's discussion. Then I'll provide an overview of the amendment and the framework and process that the SPAC will use to make a recommendation to the commission. And after that, I'll summarize the results of preliminary analysis undertaken by BCDC staff. Finally, I'll go over the amendment timeline and next steps. I should note this presentation is about 30 minutes long. I'll do my best to move through it, but I want to make sure that the SPAC and the public have all of the information they need to understand the important issues. So as I'm giving this presentation, please keep in mind the following discussion questions that are intended to assist the SPAC's deliberation of this amendment. First, is Howard Terminal needed for port priority use? Would the deletion of Howard Terminal detract from the regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo? Second, what factors beyond what's stated in the cargo forecast might impact the actual feasibility of Howard Terminal for port use? And third, are there any policy considerations or issues that have been missing from the discussion that staff should be aware of before developing the staff report and preliminary recommendation to the commission? But before I go into depth about Howard Terminal, I'd like to take a step back to highlight that in 2019, the commission voted to initiate 2 separate San Francisco Bay Plan amendments that both relate to BCDC's Seaport Plan. Bay Plan Amendment 119 was initiated to undertake a general update to the plan, and that work is ongoing. The SPAC has been advising that process, and BCDC staff appreciate all of the guidance that SPAC members and individual ports have provided throughout. We look forward to completing the Seaport Plan update and anticipate holding an additional SPAC meeting later this summer to present the draft plan. The focus of today's presentation, of course, is on BPA 219. And this amendment was initiated at the request of the Oakland Athletics to amend the Bay Plan and Seaport Plan to remove the port priority use designation at Howard Terminal. If approved, this amendment would be the first step for the commission to consider a permit application for construction of a ballpark and mixed-use development. So before we go into Howard Terminal into too much detail, I'd like to provide some background about the purpose of the Seaport Plan as it relates to BCDC's mission and the SPAC and Commission's considerations about Howard Terminal. This is going to be familiar to SPAC members, but new to many people joining us today. So BCDC is a state agency that establishes land use policies for development in the Bay and along its shoreline through the San Francisco Bay Plan. The Bay Plan was prepared by BCDC and accepted by the state legislature in 1969. The Seaport Plan is a more specific application of the Bay Plan, and is used by BCDC to help guide its regulatory decisions. The Bay Plan includes a section with findings and policies that are specific to ports. And as is stated in these findings, there's not a single port agency or authority responsible for coordinating the planning and development of San Francisco Bay Area port terminals, unlike, for example, a regional agency like the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. So in the absence of a regional seaport plan, uncoordinated development of port facilities could lead to unnecessary bay fill. And the Bay Plan therefore establishes the Seaport Plan to minimize those risks and to coordinate the planning and development of Bayport terminals and port priority use areas. The Seaport Planning Advisory Committee, or SPAC, oversaw the development of the original Seaport Plan and its subsequent updates. The SPAC is an advisory body to the Commission whose purpose is to provide expert advice on seaport-related matters. The SPAC may vote to provide recommendations to the Commission, but the Commission is ultimately responsible for voting on Bay Plan amendments. The SPAC is currently composed of representatives from the 5 Bay Area ports themselves, BCDC, MTC/ABAG, the San Francisco Marine Exchange, Caltrans, and Save the Bay. And as you can see on the right, the Seaport Plan encompasses the 5 Bay Area seaports. They include the Port of Oakland, the Port of San Francisco, the Port of Redwood City, the Port of Richmond, and the Port of Benicia. These 5 ports serve as critical gateways between Northern California and the global supply chain. The existing Seaport Plan has 5 overarching goals, and to achieve these goals, the plan employs enforceable policies that BCDC uses in regulatory decisions and that local governments use in land use and regulatory decisions. So one of the most important components of the Seaport Plan are the port priority use designations. Areas that are determined to be necessary for existing or future port development are designated as port priority use areas and are reserved for port-related uses and other uses that would not impede the development of those sites for port purposes. Uses compatible within the port priority use area designation include marine terminals and those directly related ancillary activities. The port priority use area findings and policies included in the Seaport Plan are underpinned by a long-range cargo forecast that guides decision-making to help realize the plan's goals for coordinated development and minimizing the need for bay fill. The cargo forecast is thus a critical component of the Seaport Plan. And that brings us to Howard Terminal. So as I said, BPA 219 was initiated to specifically address a request by the Oakland Athletics to remove the port priority use area from Howard Terminal. Howard Terminal, which you can see on the lower right-hand side of the map on this slide, is an approximately 50-acre site located in Oakland's inner harbor on the Alameda Estuary. The terminal is situated on the southeastern edge of the Port of Oakland, and it's located just east of Schnitzer Steel and west of the Oakland Ferry Terminal and Jack London Square. Howard Terminal is designated as a container terminal in the Seaport Plan and is part of the broader Oakland Port Priority Use Area, which encompasses most of the Port of Oakland as well as Schnitzer Steel. And the total area being proposed to be removed is approximately 57 acres, which includes Howard Terminal as well as adjacent properties owned by Vistra and PG&E. The Waterfront Ballpark District project being proposed by the Oakland Athletics would be on lands that are partially subject to BCDC's permit jurisdiction. The project proposes a range of non-port uses at Howard Terminal that would conflict with applicable BCDC policies for port priority use areas, and thus removing that designation would be a prerequisite for the Commission to consider a permit application for construction of that project. However, so it's critical to note that BPA 219 is not an evaluation of the Ballpark District project itself. So I'm going to take a moment now to clarify the framework that the SPAC will use to formulate a recommendation and that the Commission will use to make a decision on the proposed amendment. So there are several specific requirements related to this proposed amendment that were included in Assembly Bill number 1191. AB 1191 was enacted in October of 2019 to outline the role of the State Lands Commission and BCDC in relation to the Howard Terminal project. AB 1191 requires BCDC to determine whether Howard Terminal is needed for port priority use, but does not change any BCDC policies or processes. BCDC is required to make this determination within 140 days of certification of the City of Oakland's final environmental impact report for the Oakland Waterfront Ballpark District. The city's EIR was certified on February 17th, and so that created a July 7th deadline for the commission's decision. AB 1191 also specifies that if the commission approves BPA 219 and the Port and the Oakland Athletics have not entered into a binding agreement by January 2025 that allows for construction of the project, then the Port Priority Use designation would automatically be reinstated on the Howard Terminal property as if it had not been deleted. And finally, if BPA 219 is approved and the athletics continue to move forward with the project, then the project will be required to obtain a BCDC major permit. The bill specifies a set of conditions under which BCDC may approve a permit. Those conditions are all outside of the purview of this amendment, but for reference, include findings such as the project needing to provide a substantial quantity of high quality open space and public access, as well as significant pedestrian and bicycle improvements, both on-site and off-site in the vicinity of the project site. So due to AB 1191, I want to take a moment to just clarify the SPAC's recommendation framework. So first, as described in the bill, the commission will be asked to determine whether Howard Terminal is needed for port priority use, not to evaluate the merits of the proposed Ballpark District project. If the BPA is approved, the Oakland Athletics, possibly in combination with the Port and/or City of Oakland, would likely be required to submit an application for a major BCDC permit, and the Ballpark proposal would be considered pursuant to the BCDC permitting process. And so second, the amendment request to remove the port priority use area from Howard Terminal was submitted under and is governed by the existing Seaport Plan policies with the new cargo forecast. Several Seaport Plan policies are relevant, but in particular, General Policy 4, which concerns the standard for removal of port priority use areas. And sorry for all the text on this slide, but Policy 4 states, deletions of the port priority use and marine terminal designations from this plan should not occur unless the person or organization requesting the deletion can demonstrate to the satisfaction of the Seaport Planning Advisory Committee that the deletion does not detract from the regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo. Requests for deletions of port priority or marine terminal designations should include a justification for the proposed deletion and should demonstrate that the cargo forecast can be met with existing terminals. So there are a couple of important aspects of that policy that I should highlight. First, as is stated in the first sentence, the burden is on the applicant, which in this case is the Oakland Athletics, to make this demonstration and to include a justification for the removal. However, given the nature of this request, BCDC staff have been working with athletics as well as the Port of Oakland to request relevant information that will be needed for the SPAC and the commission to evaluate the proposal. And second, their request should be evaluated against the regional capability. And finally, I should note again that the SPAC's recommendation is advisory to the commission, and the commission will make a determination on BPA 219 as a standard for any Bay Plan amendment. So with this framework in mind, I'll now turn to the site itself. As I mentioned earlier, Howard Terminal is about 50 acres with an approximately 2,000 foot long berth, 42 feet of depth in the adjacent navigation channel, and the site has 4 cranes. Howard Terminal was most recently used as a container terminal between 2005 and 2013 by Matson to support its domestic container service. In 2014, Matson moved to the former APL terminal at berth 60 to 63. From 2014 to present, Howard Terminal has been used for a mix of ancillary port uses, including longshore worker training, truck parking and staging, container and chassis storage, cargo transloading, lay berthing, and tugboat docking. In January of this year, the Port of Oakland also announced plans to open and operate a temporary 25-acre off-terminal and paved container yard at Howard Terminal as part of an effort to improve the flow of agricultural exports. These past and present uses will be discussed further later in this presentation. Finally, I also want to note that the Army Corps, in collaboration with the Port of Oakland, is currently studying the feasibility of widening the Inner Harbor turning basin, which could involve removing up to 10 acres of Howard Terminal to accommodate the increasing sizes of container ships that are calling at the port. If approved, this project would also truncate Howard Terminal's berth, and this is discussed in both the cargo forecast as well as the staff report prepared for today's meeting. So Howard Terminal began operations actually importing coal and exporting grain in about 1900. And historically, it was actually a series of finger berths that were filled in over the years to develop a more modern terminal. And it assumed its existing configuration in about the year 2000. As the current extent of the wharf of Howard Terminal was not constructed until the late 1970s through the 1990s, much of the wharf is located within the Commission's Bay jurisdiction. BCDC's jurisdiction is illustrated on the map on the slide. The Bay jurisdiction is in orange, and the Shoreline Band jurisdiction is in blue. The Port Priority Use Area extends upland beyond the Commission's McAteer-Petras Act jurisdiction, both for advisory purposes and for purposes of federal consistency review under the Commission's Certified Coastal Management Program. For reference, since 2000, the Commission's approved the removal of Port Priority Use Area from designations in Oakland several times, and the largest removals occurring in the years 2000 and 2002. So in 2000, the Commission approved an amendment to the Seaport Plan and Bay Plan to remove the designation from approximately 189 acres of the Oakland Army Base and a small portion of the Port of Oakland. An additional 184 acres was transferred from the Oakland Army Base to the Port of Oakland at the time to provide for additional capacity at the port. The property removed from the Port Priority Use designation was intended to be developed with a mixture of commercial, office, light industrial uses, and public access. In 2002, the Commission also approved removal of 31 acres of Port Priority Use Area at the former break bulk facility at the 9th Avenue Terminal as part of a series of revisions to Port Priority Use areas along the bay. The facility was found to be in disrepair and no longer suitable for port use and was eventually redeveloped into the Brooklyn Basin Project. So with all this background information in mind, next I'll summarize some of the preliminary analysis undertaken by BCDC staff related to the proposed amendment. As I said at the beginning of this presentation, staff have not made a recommendation on BPA 219 in advance of this meeting. We fully anticipate that new questions and information will arise today and look forward to incorporating the SPAC's feedback into the eventual staff report and preliminary recommendation for the Commission. Then the topics analyzed in the staff report include the need for Howard Terminal as a marine terminal, the need for Howard Terminal for ancillary uses and environmental justice and social equity. This analysis was informed by the cargo forecast, information that BCDC staff received from the A's in the Port of Oakland, and BCDC staff's examination of relevant policies. I also want to pause to note that BCDC received a letter with additional information from the Port of Oakland on March 4th, and that's been uploaded with, I believe, item number 3 on this agenda. This information was not analyzed in the staff report, but Port of Oakland staff are available today to answer any questions. I'll begin by reviewing the results of the cargo forecast before turning to each of these topics. So as I mentioned earlier, the findings and policies included in the Seaport Plan are supported by a long-range cargo forecast. So in 2019, BCDC staff began to work with the Tioga Group and Hackett Associates to develop a new cargo forecast in anticipation of the previous forecast expiration in 2020. This work was done under the guidance of the SPAC over the course of 3 public meetings, with individual ports also providing direct feedback. After the release of the first draft of the forecast in June 2019, the Oakland Athletics commissioned a separate consultant, Mercator International, to conduct a review of the forecast as it pertained to Howard Terminal. They used a different methodology and set of assumptions than the Tioga forecast with differing results. So Mercator's report accepted the draft cargo forecast's demand projections, but argued that future demand could be met at new and existing terminals without the use of Howard Terminal. Consequently, the SPAC directed BCDC staff to further review the Tioga forecast as well as Mercator's report. BCDC staff sent both reports for independent peer review, conducted interviews with terminal operators at the Port of Oakland, and conducted additional staff analysis as part of an extensive review process. The SPAC voted 9-0 to 1 to approve the cargo forecast for planning purposes in May 2020. The new cargo forecast will inform both the general Seaport Plan update as well as the SPAC's recommendation and Commission's decision regarding Howard Terminal. The cargo forecast provides projections out to 2050 for the three major cargo types handled in the Bay Area. And those are container cargo, roll-on, roll-off, or ro-ro cargo, which mostly refers to automobiles, and dry bulk cargo. The forecast also includes a high-level review of marine terminal capacity and the potential for expansion to meet future cargo needs. And I should mention that Dan Smith from the Tioga Group has joined us today and is available to take any clarifying questions about the cargo forecast. So in contrast to the kind of high-level econometric forecasts that were used for previous Seaport Plan updates, the new forecast was produced using a cargo-specific and commodity-specific methodology. So what that actually means is that the new cargo forecast accounts for issues that are very specific to the Bay Area and the specific types of cargo handled here, in addition to those broader economic and trade factors. And I apologize if you hear some street noise in the background here. So in the forecast, growth refers to the projections about the volume of cargo. The forecast includes three different cargo growth scenarios through 2050: slow growth, moderate growth, and strong growth. Productivity then refers to the efficiency that ports can move that cargo. The forecast includes three productivity scenarios, and they're called low productivity, base productivity, and high productivity. The forecast combines these growth and productivity scenarios to account for a wide range of future possibilities for cargo movement in the Bay Area. And in the following slides, I'll quickly review the forecasts for container, ro-ro, and dry bulk cargo. Analysis conducted by BCDC staff for SPAC staff reports has focused on the moderate growth scenario with base productivity. And that was based on the logic that attempting to meet the severe capacity shortages projected to result from the strong growth scenarios would require immense capital and land resources that may not be warranted by actual growth. Meeting only the slow projections, however, could leave the Bay Area vulnerable to major capacity shortfalls if actual growth is greater. However, the SPAC and the Commission are not limited to any specific growth or productivity scenario, and BCDC staff suggests that this will actually be one of the key factors that must be evaluated in the Commission's decision-making process. So first, cargo that's not moved in bulk or ro-ro service typically moves in international containers. So container volumes and capacities are measured in something called 20-foot equivalent units, or TEU. A 20-foot container is 1 TEU. The Port of Oakland handles more than 99% of the containerized goods moving through Northern California. The results of the container forecast are shown in the graph on this slide. Under the moderate growth scenario, annual volume would approximately double between 2020 and 2050 from 2.5 million TEU to 5.2 million TEU. So it's important to know how cargo demand might grow in the future, but then there's the question of how do we translate that growth into an understanding of how much port land we'll need. And Port of Oakland container terminals averaged about 4,200 annual TEU per acre as of 2018, and the forecast estimates a long-term sustainable capacity at about 7,000 annual TEU per acre, which is basically a 66% increase in productivity. So using that assumption, the forecast then converts cargo growth into a future demand for acres. This table, and sorry, there's a lot on these tables, but the table shows that under the moderate growth scenario, there would be a demand for 166 more acres than present. Under the slow growth scenario, there'd be a demand for 20 less acres than present. And under the strong growth scenario, there'd be a demand for 427 more acres than present, again, accounting for that future productivity increases. The cargo forecast then assesses available areas for containerized cargo growth at the Port of Oakland. And the table on this slide illustrates what might occur under the three different growth scenarios, with and without Howard Terminal, and with and without berths 20 to 21. The reason that berths 20 to 21 are included in this table is because there's an active proposal to develop an 18-acre dry bulk terminal there, known as the Eagle Rock Aggregates Project, which would reduce the land available for container use over the lease term. And I believe the port can speak more to this project and the length of the lease terms. So again, I know there are a lot of numbers on this table, but as you can see in bold, under the moderate growth scenario, by 2050, the Port of Oakland would have a reserve of about 18 acres for container use without Howard Terminal, which puts the port at about 98% capacity. If berths 20 to 21 were also not available for container use, the Port of Oakland would have 0 acres in reserve. In other words, it would be at 100% capacity. Next, I'll summarize the RoRo forecast. RoRo refers to cars, trucks, and other wheeled cargo that are driven on and off specialized ships. And RoRo vessels are typically much smaller than container vessels. The ports of Benicia and Richmond primarily import vehicles, and the Port of San Francisco handles export vehicles. The graph on this slide illustrates all 3 RoRo cargo growth scenarios. The compound annual growth rate between 2018 and 2050 is projected to be about 2.2% in the moderate growth scenario. Like the analysis undertaken for containerized cargo, it's possible to estimate how many acres might be needed to handle RoRo cargo. The moderate growth forecast suggests that an additional 160 acres of RoRo land would be needed to meet forecasted need. Under the slow growth scenario, it would be 98 additional acres, and under the strong growth scenario, it would be 281 additional acres. And finally, dry bulk refers to commodities that are carried in bulk, such as grain or gravel, and the dry bulk imports handled through the Bay Area ports have long been dominated by construction industry needs. As you can see, under the moderate growth scenario, by 2050, Bay Area seaports would require an additional 12 acres of dry bulk land to meet forecasted demand. 0 acres would be needed under the slow growth scenario, and 54 acres would be needed under the strong growth scenario. And I want to pause here to note there's a correction that was discovered after we circulated the staff report for today's meeting. The staff report indicated that 30 acres would be needed under the moderate growth scenario, but the correct number is 12. And this correction results in several minor changes to tables in the presentation that will be incorporated into the staff report and preliminary recommendation to the commission. So to summarize, the cargo forecast indicates that under the moderate growth assumptions, the Bay Area will need to utilize more of its terminal space, estimated at about 308 additional acres by 2050. This table shows the remaining port priority use areas across the region that are dormant or underutilized that could help to meet that need, and they total about 321 acres. So this table also illustrates the potential uses for each of these sites, and so that's what indicated with those X's. And some sites are only appropriate for maybe 1 cargo type or 2 types of cargo. Howard Terminal is the only site identified as potentially being able to accommodate any of the 3 cargo types. Of course, each site can only accommodate 1 type of cargo at a time. So for example, if Howard Terminal were to be used for containerized cargo, it would no longer be available for RoRo or dry bulk handling, and that would then reduce the available acres for those cargo types. So this table is helpful because it helps to illustrate these potential expansion pathways and trade-offs as the remaining sites that are dormant or underutilized in the Bay Area are developed. And there are different ways that this could play out depending on how each of these sites are used. So based on these findings, the cargo forecast draws several conclusions about the role that Howard Terminal could play in overall Bay Area seaport capacity and commerce. So for container cargo, the moderate growth scenario may not require Howard's acreage until 2050, depending on terminal productivity improvements. A slow growth scenario could likely be accommodated without Howard Terminal through 2050. A strong growth scenario would require Howard Terminal's acreage before 2050. Howard Terminal could handle RoRo cargo and fill some of the need for additional Bay Area capacity under a moderate growth scenario. And Howard Terminal could serve as a dry bulk terminal, but the use of berths 20 to 21 would likely reduce the need for dry bulk cargo. So those are some of the main conclusions included in the cargo forecast about the need for Howard Terminal, but there's another level of consideration more focused on the physical site itself. The staff report includes a preliminary analysis of the viability of Howard Terminal for continued use as a marine terminal. BCDC staff note, however, that this analysis is a high-level feasibility discussion drawn from the appendix to the cargo forecast, based on having limited access to needed information. Any proposal to develop a facility at Howard Terminal would need to be fully scoped and developed, reviewed with relevant stakeholders in the community, and undergo all relevant city, state, and federal approvals. And this analysis has not done that. So with that in mind, here are a few high-level points of discussion. At 50 acres and with 42 feet of depth, Howard Terminal is already small by current West Coast container terminal standards and should be considered a niche terminal. Howard Terminal could presently accommodate most of the container vessels that call to Oakland as of 2017, but the expansion of the Inner Harbor turning basin could truncate Howard Terminal's berth. In that scenario, Howard Terminal could accept few of the vessels projected to call at Oakland by 2050 without modifications, such as an extension to the east with a dolphin. Second potential use for Howard Terminal is ro-ro cargo. Typical ro-ro vessels are around 650 feet long with a 40-foot design draft. So that's within Howard Terminal's current specifications. And finally, the forecast indicates that Howard Terminal is a potential site for dry bulk cargo. But again, dry bulk may not be needed depending on the use of berths 20 to 21 and overall demand. Next, I'll turn to ancillary uses. As I mentioned earlier, from 2014 to present, Howard Terminal has been used for a mix of these uses. In January, the Port of Oakland also announced plans to operate a temporary 25-acre off-terminal and paved container yard at Howard Terminal. And these are all valid priority uses under the existing Seaport Plan. As noted in the staff report, BCDC staff have requested the port to provide information on where ancillary port services and uses would be relocated if Howard Terminal is used from port priority use. Staff believe that the question of ancillary uses is relevant to BPA 219 insofar as whether removing ancillary uses from Howard Terminal would detract from the regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo, but did not have sufficient information in advance of this meeting to draw any preliminary conclusions for the staff report. So to conclude our discussion of the cargo forecast, under the moderate growth scenario, the forecast indicates that there may be sufficient capacity at the Port of Oakland to accommodate regional container cargo through 2050 without Howard Terminal. However, if Howard Terminal were removed from the port priority use area, the region would have an overall deficit of 25 acres of terminal space. If Howard Terminal were retained, the region would have an overall surplus of 13 acres. Related to that issue, Howard Terminal is the only dormant site identified in the forecast as being potentially suited to handle any of the three major cargo types. Howard Terminal is also currently being used for ancillary services, but it's unclear whether relocating those uses would detract from the regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo. So in addition to the cargo forecast findings, there's several key questions relating to environmental justice and social equity. On this slide, you can see that social vulnerability mapping undertaken by BCDC staff shows numerous block groups categorized as highest or high social vulnerability within a mile of the Oakland Port Priority Use area. These blocks are clustered in the West Oakland, Old Oakland, and Chinatown neighborhoods. West Oakland is the closest neighborhood to the Oakland Port Priority Use area, and one of West Oakland's primary health and environmental health concerns is air pollution. Per Bay Plan Policy 1, the Commission's guiding principles on environmental justice and social equity should shape all of its actions and activities. Further, Bay Plan Policy 3 on environmental justice and social equity states that equitable, culturally relevant community outreach and engagement should be conducted by local governments and project applicants to meaningfully involve potentially impacted communities for major projects and appropriate minor projects in underrepresented and or identified vulnerable and or disadvantaged communities, and such outreach and engagement should continue through the Commission review and permitting process. So consistent with those guidelines, BCDC staff have provided a summary of the public engagement associated with the project and potential impacts in general terms of the removal of the priority use area or the retention of the priority use area in the staff report. BCDC staff have also asked the applicant to provide an assessment of whether the proposed removal of Howard Terminal is consistent with these policies. The applicant's response was included in its March 4th memo, which I'll turn to in a moment. Staff also note that more analysis of the consistency of the project with these policies would take place through the future BCDC permitting process if the proposed project were to move forward. One of the main issues identified by community stakeholders relevant to removing Howard Terminal from port priority use is truck parking and potential air pollution impacts if existing ancillary uses are relocated from the site. Section 4.5 of the consolidated response of the City of Oakland's EIR focuses on the issue of truck relocation. Excuse me. And the EIR concludes that localized truck activities would not move closer to nearby residents because the city's adopted truck management plan would prohibit long or short-term truck parking on nearly all streets in West Oakland. BCDC staff also requested the applicant to provide information on where ancillary port services would be relocated if Howard Terminal is removed from port priority use. The ports included additional information on ancillary services in its March 4th memo, but that response was not received in time to be evaluated by the staff in the staff report for this meeting. So on March 4th, BCDC staff received a memo from the Port of Oakland that addressed several outstanding questions that staff have had regarding the cargo forecast and the need and suitability for Howard Terminal for continued port use. We received this memo the same day as the staff report was circulated, and thus BCDC staff have not analyzed the response. Please refer to Appendix 1 of the staff report for a complete record of past communications. So this slide contains a brief summary of the memo, but I believe that Danny Wan, Executive Director for the Port of Oakland, may address this in his presentation as well, and Port of Oakland staff are available to answer questions during agenda item number 5, the committee's discussion. So the port's submittal states that for regional container use under the moderate growth scenario, there will be 18 surplus acres without Howard Terminal. If berths 20 to 21 are also not available, there would be 0 acres. And it concludes that the redesignation of Howard Terminal would not detract from the regional container cargo capability. The port provided several details relating to RoRo and dry bulk cargo. For RoRo, it states that while RoRo may be more suitable for container cargo than container cargo at Howard Terminal, RoRo, especially for exports, would require substantial capital investments that would be financially infeasible. For dry bulk, the port states that with the Port Board's approval of the Eagle Rock project, it's improbable that another sand and aggregate facility would be relocated at the Port of Oakland, and that the port expects BCDC to fairly allocate the remaining regional need. The port states that temporary ancillary uses will be appropriately located. The memo says that long-term use of waterfront property will not be used for ancillary services because these uses are non-water dependent and will be located within the interior backlands at the port. It includes other details about some of these uses and notes that the cargo forecast concludes that there is adequate space within the Port of Oakland complex to support projected cargo growth and ancillary uses in all 3 scenarios. The port also provided a statement requested by staff regarding consistency with the Bay Plan's environmental justice and social equity policies. The statement summarizes the community benefits agreement development process and states that the process addresses the Bay Plan's environmental justice and social equity policies. Finally, the port discussed the cargo growth scenarios and argued that BCDC should rely on the slow growth or moderate growth scenarios for planning purposes rather than the strong growth scenario. There's also a conclusion that speaks to other public processes being undertaken related to Howard Terminal and notes that the port has not committed itself to any definite course of action regarding Howard Terminal and that it continues to review and evaluate the project. Again, Port of Oakland staff are present in today's meeting and can expand upon or speak to any of these points in greater detail. And I promise we're nearing the end here. So finally, I'd like to give everyone a sense of our anticipated timeline associated with the proposed amendment. So today, the SPAC is meeting to consider BPA 219 and make a recommendation to the commission. Following this meeting, BCDC staff will develop a report and preliminary staff recommendation to the commission, which will be released to the public in early April. BCDC will hold a commission briefing on the cargo forecast on April 21st, and then hold at least one public hearing in May before asking the commission to vote on the amendment at its June 2nd meeting. We'll also plan to hold June 16th as a buffer date in case a second hearing is needed before the legislative deadline of July 7th. So those were the results of the preliminary analysis that have been undertaken by staff. Of course, we'll continue to expand on this analysis with feedback and guidance from the SPAC as well as the public and the applicant. And I'll end where we started with several discussion questions. First, is Howard Terminal needed for port priority use? Would the deletion of Howard Terminal detract from the regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo? Second, what factors beyond what is stated in the cargo forecast impact the feasibility of Howard Terminal for port use? And third, are there any policy considerations or issues that have been missing from the discussion that staff should be aware of before developing the staff report and preliminary recommendation for the commission? And I think that's finally it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey, for the comprehensive report. I have a question for the staff. There may be some clarifying questions both for this and the presentation of the A's and the port. Do we want to take them, the questions from the staff now, or do we want to wait until, excuse me, the A's and the port have spoken?
Let's wait for the A's and the port to give their presentations, and then there'll be an opportunity for clarifying questions, and then we'll go to public comment. So
great, thanks.
Please write down your questions and we'll get them.
And for informational purposes and meeting management, do raise your hands. I'll call on the BCDC commissioners that are present first, then the members of the SPAC, and eventually there will be an opportunity for public comment. This brings us to item 5 on the agenda, which is an opportunity by the Oakland Athletics, the applicant in the Port of Oakland, to provide a presentation. David Cavall, president of the Oakland Athletics, will speak first, followed by Danny Wan, executive director for the Port of Oakland. David, I don't know if you have a presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to do a little introduction, and then Danny's going to give a presentation outlining more aspects to the project and answering some of the questions that came up in the preliminary staff report. I first want to just thank everyone involved in this process, the SPAC committee, the staff, all the different ports, everyone's really thoughtfulness in approaching this over the last couple of years. Obviously, the commissioning of the Tioga report, the Mercator report. Obviously, this is a big decision and one that should not be taken lightly. It involves the future of commerce and the development of the entire San Francisco Bay Area. And I think everyone here has done a great job of leaning in and really learning more about this issue and ensuring that we made a good decision. One of the guiding principles of our entire project, when Danny and I first started meeting in Jack London Square at our offices almost 4 years ago, was to ensure that there was really compatibility between the port's maritime operations and whatever development we would propose at the waterfront at Howard Terminal. And we spent almost a year working on different concessions, whether it was the turning basin, the transportation plan, the buffer zone, and carrying forward into the process of the environmental impact report and its mitigations to ensure that that would happen, including the Seaport compatibility measures that we've negotiated in our port agreements. And so as part of that, we've tried to be as thoughtful as possible about programming, about understanding, where these needs will be accommodated, and doing it in a way where all stakeholders are involved and feel that their voices are heard and that the solutions put forth make sense for all parties. And so we're committed to that. And that's why we're here working, hand in hand with all the key parties. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Danny, who's going to give his presentation. I'm available, our staff's available to answer any questions and to ensure that this is a robust dialogue to get to an acceptable recommendation. So I'll turn it over to Danny now.
Thank you, Mr. Cavall. Danny, go ahead. And you've got the ability, I believe, or about to have it, to share your screen. So go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair McGrath. And I also want to echo Dave's point. Thank you for everybody's work, especially a special shout out to Corey Mann, who did an excellent presentation and was engaged with our staff all this time, along with the rest of the BCC staff, to look at all the various aspects of the port study that you just heard about. So I'm going to share my screen, and please let me know by nodding, Corey, if you see it.
No problem.
Do you see that?
just popping up. Yeah, so we can see it.
Great.
I think
Do you want
once
me
you go into
to?
presentation mode, we'll just make sure it shows up that way.
Yeah, except I don't know how to go flip back and forth in the presentation mode. So I'm gonna keep it like this for a second. Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Good morning. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak before the committee and to present some basic facts and answer questions about Howard Terminal as a component of the region's Seaport Plan as adopted by the BCDC. Again, thank you everybody for your attention and time. And lots of time has been spent on this. And we hope to have a good dialogue here and answer any questions that the commission and the advisory committee may have. Today, I will explain how the port has adequate space to develop its feasible maritime operations and growth in order to address the regional cargo needs without the use of Howard Terminal or with the use of Howard Terminal. Relevant to the discussion, I believe some background of the port and its operation is needed here. So if you bear with me, I do want to give some background on this, on the port. Let's see, sorry. I was already on the other slides. So first of all, the Port of Oakland, and be amazed how many people don't know this, and I believe everybody on SPAC knows this, but people in the public may need to get a reminder that the Port of Oakland operates 3 lines of business. That is the Oakland Seaport, which is the relevant today's discussion, but also the Oakland Airport and the Waterfront commercial and visitor-oriented space for public access. We manage 20 miles of the Oakland shoreline, and significant portions are open space and public access parks. So you can see here on the map that the port's jurisdiction and our charge under the city charter and public trust actually expands all along the coastline, along the seaport, waterfront along this, the city of Oakland. And so our charge includes the seaport, as well as the airport, as well as commercial and visitor-oriented space in between. I think it's also important to note that the portion of the port jurisdiction and the footprint of the port has changed, and boundaries between each of the 3 lines of business that I just described have been withdrawn, redrawn, and changed over and over again, depending on the economic, business, and public priorities of the time. BCDC, in fact, has been a partner in the evolution of the port. The footprint of the seaport has also evolved with the redevelopment of the Navy and Army properties. With those properties, we grew substantially. Port is a department, and some more background. Well, actually, if you see the slide here, we can sort of illustrate that in the past, the seaport itself is quite, really focused on the inner estuary areas. Corey mentioned Brooklyn Basin, which is actually the heart of the port once upon a time in the far past. And then we evolved to today's footprint that we saw that presented. Also, just a reminder, the port is a department of the city of Oakland, governed by its board of port commissioners. The port's mission under the city charter is to promote and ensure the comprehensive and adequate development of the port through the continuity, control, management, and operation. The Port Commission has the authority to manage, lease, and acquire and sell port property. As you have seen, there's been vigorous debate over many meetings, providing many opportunities, the public input. The Port Commission has the authority to manage, sell, acquire port properties, but the City Council, on the other hand, has the control over the city's general plan, which controls the general use even in the Port of Oakland. So if you've seen, there's been vigorous debate over many meetings, providing opportunities, public input over whether the City Council ought to certify the environmental impact report as a precursor to amending the city's general plan. Now that the City Council has certified the EIR, the council will be debating and deciding upon the policy basis for a change of the general plan for the use of the Howard Terminal, taking into considerations economic development, housing, recreation, port compatibility, environmental justice, and community benefits issues. This is also put in a context concurrent with the city's council consideration land use change the port must also consider its Thailand trust responsibilities and approvals under the California State Lands Commission. All port lands are held by the port in trust for the people of the state of California. The management and use of trust lands are subject to the state and Thailand trust laws, which are enforced and administered by the State Lands Commission. The State Lands Commission will need to execute a trust exchange agreement before the proposed development can happen. The port deeply values its relationship with BCDC. On behalf of the Port Board Commissioners, I'd like to thank the port staff again for your diligent work in promoting the BCDC's jurisdiction in charge of protecting the San Francisco Bay and promoting its beneficial use. I think at this point, relevant to BCD's statutory charge, let me state at the outset that the proposed project does not propose any fill of the bay. One of the primary goals of the project is to increase public access to the Oakland waterfront after extensive sea level adaptation and hazardous materials remediation that the Oakland A's will be investing in. The proposed real estate document between the A's and the port will not give any right over any water areas to the Oakland A's. Their rights in the real estate document is only to the land areas in Howard Terminal. In addition to the in the negotiation agreement between the port and A's, the port reserves the right to elect to use up to 10 acres of Howard Terminal for expansion of the Inner Harbor Turning Basin, which will enlarge the water area of the bay. I think much has been said before this commission about forecasted growth and use for the over next 50 years. In my presentation, I will show the accurately forecasting growth is at best an imperfect science due to the constant ups and downs of the shipping industry, including the recent supply chain congestion issues. Over the past 2 decades, projections of port cargo growth have proved overly optimistic. Even in the past year, as port congestion growth in imports made headlines, the port saw a decline in cargo volume in 2021 during the height of the port congestion. In the rest of my presentation, I will delve a little bit more into the factors behind the port's growth projections. Important for both the Seaport stakeholders and the Port Commission is that the Commission conditioned its consideration of the project on a set of measures to be negotiated and included in the project so that the ballpark and residential commercial developments will be compatible with the operation and growth of the seaport. So let's delve into more about the Oakland Seaport. The Oakland Seaport consists of 1,300 acres, 780 acres of marine terminals adjacent to the wharf, 300 acres of non-water fronting auxiliary services, including refrigerated storage and transload facilities, 110 acres of port-owned rail, 70 acres of roadway, 46 acres of park and open space with trails, public parking, and other visitor amenities. The acreage and footprint of the seaport is significantly larger compared to the seaport even 20 years ago. In 2006, the Oakland Army Base land transfer, which commenced in 2003 and which was completed in 2006, added approximately 184 acres to the Oakland Seaport footprint to provide goods and movement logistic facilities. But even before the acquisition of the former Oakland Army Base in 1999, the port acquired 531 acres to the former Fleet and Industrial Supply Center from the Navy. So the Oakland Seaport added a total of 716 acres in the past 25 years. And within the lifetime of my professional career, more than doubling of the seaport footprint. Prior to even the military transfers and before the port also built the 7th Street Peninsula, where another terminal stands today in its historic migration of the port from the east to the west. Like I mentioned before, the original port acreage at the founding of the port was more the shelter reaches of the Inner Harbor area of the estuary, close to downtown Oakland in the area known as Jacqueline Square today. But the trend has been eastward. And you see the map again of the sort of evolution of the port. Let's also talk about volume, because the seaport has, just as the seaport has evolved and grown in terms of the volume of cargo, the acreage has grown, and frankly, the acreage has grown faster than our volume. And though both the port and BCDC and other planning agencies have various contexts tried to project growth into the future, the actual pattern of growth has eluded accurate predictions. For example, the environmental impact report produced for the transfer of the Oakland Army Base projected and mitigated for growth to 4 million TUs by 2020. Today, in 2022, the actual growth has significantly failed to meet the projections. It's averaged approximately 1% growth over the past 10 years. We are now at 2.44 million TUs as of 2021. Even today, as we speak, Oakland's export volumes continues to decline because of global factors. So, while the Seaport cargo forecast for 2023 provided regional long-term projections of Bay Area cargo throughput, the port does not, because of the variability of forecast and the inability to predict, the port really in its planning does not rely on forecasts for our specific business and land use planning. Instead, the port tracks cargo volumes on a quarterly basis to determine actual growth rates. And because these growth rates reflect actual business activity, we believe they're a better predictor of future growth. We rely on market analysis and planning activity for capital asset planning and development activities. Let me just go into some of the factors that's influencing the growth at the Port of Oakland. First, the Port of Oakland is primarily a regional port, and therefore its market is smaller than ports such as Los Angeles and Long Beach that serve a greater national market. Also, the port is primarily a second port of call. That means most shipping lines choose to first stop at another West Coast port such as Los Angeles, Long Beach, Tacoma, or Seattle. So as national seaport volumes and port congestion have increased, the port of actually saw many ships skipping their usual port of call at Oakland in order to consolidate their cargo transfer at other West Coast ports and to speed up the return of vessels to Asia. Even though any person reading the news today would assume that the Port of Oakland cargo volume is growing leaps and bounds, but actually, as I mentioned before, in 2021, when congestion was at its worst, the cargo port volume at the Port of Oakland actually decreased by 0.5%. So the historical cargo volume and pattern and the market and industry factors suggest that it is reasonable to view the median forecast contained in the BCDC staff report as actually aggressive, and the low forecast may be the appropriate of the three options presented, as it still reflects a higher growth rate than the port has typically experienced in the modern era. So if you see the chart that is in the screen today, you see that the cargo growth the last 10 years has averaged 1% annually. And we have not certainly met the Oakland Army Base EIR projection of 4 million TEU by 2020. And also just want to make a note that whatever projections we have done and the excellent work that's done in the Tioga report that was recently made in that report really has been upended by the COVID pandemic and the resulting massive turmoil in the industry. I would surmise that if we did the report again, many of the factors that we're experiencing today in the congestion, and then many of the sort of things and lack of investment in the port industry will have to figure into that equation. So while we believe that the BCDC existing Seaport Plan recognizes the volatility in the maritime industry, I think general policy number 3 requires the continuous monitoring of the region's marine cargo volumes, marine terminal use, and ship calls on an ongoing basis. So projecting the 50-year future, we would surmise, is something of an art, and that in any case, we suggest and we recommend that the SPAC and the commission adopt the low growth scenario in the BCDC report. We also believe that for the purpose of the BCDC Seaport Plan, the Port of Oakland is best positioned to work with the BCDC staff to determine the probable and feasible development of the port to meet our mutual obligations to both conserve the bay and develop it for port use. The port is vested with a public responsibility to manage the port, charged with these responsibilities, and because the port is intimately involved in day-to-day operation reality of maritime commerce, the port has undertaken a seaport planning process that has involved the continuous participation of industry stakeholders, public agency partners, including regional transportation agencies and BCDC, neighboring communities, and the public. During this planning process, the relevant factors for planning are not so much based on future projections of cargo growth and the acreage needed by cargo type as the focus of the BCDC. Rather, the factors that may determine our future are investment in quality jobs and workforce, evolving industry needs, sustainability both in terms of the environment and financial feasibility, infrastructure, city port land use planning, and a zero emissions port. Indeed, I appreciate that the BCDC staff has noted that one of the three decision factors for today is not only acreage and growth projection, but the feasibility of using any port area for a particular seaport purpose. Among the factors that we're looking at the port is that investing in more effective and efficient use of our current capacity at 1,300 acre footprint of the seaport. Let me give you one example. There are currently 120 acres available at the Outer Harbor Container Terminal that today is not actively being used for container port operations. I believe if I go back to the port map here, you will see the Outer Harbor is the orange, so the orange area right beside the blue area. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but that is the Outer Harbor area. Thank you. So that's 120 acres available for container use today, but is not actively being used for container cargo operations. If you take a look at the picture I have on the screen right now, that's what it's being used for, not for a container operation, but not for a cargo transfer, a maritime container operation, but for more storage of containers, similar to what's being used at Howard Terminal today. Outer Harbor has deep water berthing. It has sufficient backland acreage to accommodate modern ship calls and transfer cargo. It is easily accessible to rail, but it is yet another piece of waterfront property currently used for single stack container storage because of the lack of necessary investment to pave the lot, to reconstruct the wharf, to acquire modern equipment, including electrification equipment, and to make necessary access upgrades. Outer Harbor was last operated as a terminal by the Outer Harbor Terminal LLC, which declared bankruptcy in 2016 because of lack of financial feasibility. However, the best and highest use of Outer Harbor Terminal is the reactivation of a marine terminal operation with adequate investment. Though the BCDC staff reports indicate that Howard Terminal is the only dormant terminal suitable for all three uses discussed, I will submit that the Outer Harbor fits this criteria. The Outer Harbor Terminal has deep water and sufficient backlands, again, with proximity to the port logistics complex and rail yards. Another interim use on 18-acre section of the Outer Harbor Terminal, as Corey mentioned, is an interim use as a sand and gravel aggregate bulk terminal to support construction needs, such as housing in the region. And of course, it will not impact the future development of container terminal because it's on the side and is a temporary use. Hopefully, infrastructure funding will activate this terminal's potential as a future active maritime use to add to the capacity available at the Port of Oakland. With that as context, let's move to the Howard Terminal site itself. In contrast to the Outer Harbor as the staff noted, the tower terminal is currently, though designated as a container port under the Seaport Plan. Actually, let me move to this map. It is currently designated under this BCDC plan as a container port. It is clear that the Howard Terminal is no longer needed or suited for a container terminal. Howard Terminal is an approximately 50-acre site that is separated from the rest of the seaport by Schnitzer Steel. It is located adjacent to the existing mixed-use development on the west end of Jacqueline Square. As well, the site lacks the water depth required for today's larger vessels. It is right now a minus 42 feet of depth compared to the 50 feet that's needed. It lacks sufficient backlands for modern container terminal operation. 50 acres is simply inefficient, and will lack even dockage if the Inner Harbor Terminal Basin widening project is complete. The last Howard Terminal operator requested early termination of its lease in 2013, again because of the lack of feasibility of the use of the terminal. Currently, its primary interim use is a single stack container storage and some truck cab parking. After the last tenant at Howard Terminal left, the port spent years engaged in extensive due diligence to evaluate Howard Terminal's suitability for various other maritime uses. Following the leaving of the last terminal tenant, we tried to market the site for maritime uses, and the port board issued an RFP for an operator. The port received 3 proposals, and the most responsive of those, which contained a financial plan as well as the use of all 50 acres, was to use the 50 acres for a coal terminal. The port board at that time made a policy decision that this coal terminal use was unsuitable. After that, other uses were also explored, but none came to fruition because of lack of financial infrastructure feasibility. Thus, the port was approached in Oakland A's in 2018 to negotiate their present waterfront ballpark proposal. And you can see this is its current use at the Howard Terminal site, single stack container storage on waterfront space. And then we come to the Oakland A's proposal in 2018. The port then made a policy decision to enter into an exclusive negotiating agreement for consideration of the proposed ballpark project. So I think if you look at this map, this is what the sort of diagram metrics of what the Oakland A's is proposing. And if you see that the port right now, as Corey mentioned, is engaged in a feasibility study to use that reserve 10 acres for the widening of the turning basin. Assuming that that is accomplished, the berthing space at the Howard Terminal is really not feasible for any kind of terminal use, container terminal use. The proposed waterfront project, the ballpark project, is an opportunity for the Oakland Seaport to write the next chapter of the economic community benefits for not only the region, but while furthering the statewide purpose of encouraging public access to the waterfront. As I mentioned, also the port operates its commercial real estate in Jacqueline Square being the most westerly portion of that use. And we believe that it also be very beneficial for that use as well. So land use decision on the general plan amendment is now in front of the city council. And the next step, as Corey mentioned, in terms of the cities and the port process, is that now that the EIR has been approved, it will be coming to you. It has come to you now, but it's also coming to the Port Commission for its approval of any real estate documents if they choose to prove that. So I think I am going to end my presentation today, and I will be available for any answers and questions.
Thank you so much, Danny. I'm going to bring it back to kind of meeting management questions at this point. We're running about 35 minutes, 40 minutes later than the staff had projected at this point. So I think, and we know that we only have this one meeting, and I know we have some of the members leaving at 2 o'clock with hard stops. So what I'd like to do right now is I'd like to take a 5-minute break, and I'd like to hold it to a 5-minute break. But before you go on that break, I would like first the panelists to raise your hand if you have clarifying questions, so staff can get a count of those. And second, those in the audience. This is a very large audience. I am sorry that we're going to have to restrict questions, but I want the staff to get a count of those. So I want to make sure that I've reserved enough time for SPAC discussion so we can get to the end. So with that, I'm going to give us a 5-minute break. Biologically, some of us need it, I'm sure. And staff, you can get a count and advise us as to how many people we have to comment. But with that, I'm going to give us the break. Thank you.
Members of the public who would like to make a comment during our upcoming public comment section, can you please raise your hands now if you have not yet so that we can get you in the queue? Thank you. Commissioner Eklund, if you would like to join the commissioner question section, I am promoting you to panelist if you could accept.
So Rachel, did we have a count now?
So just to clarify, we're starting with commissioner questions, is that right?
That's correct, right.
Okay, yes.
And just to clarify, we are starting with clarifying questions only from
Right.
both the SPAC and the commissioners who are present. Then we'll move to public comment, and then we'll have time for a robust conversation and discussion amongst the SPAC members.
So how many clarifying questions do we have?
I'm seeing only one from Commissioner Eisen, and I'm keeping my eye on any commissioners who haven't accepted the promotion to panelist to see if they.
I see 5 questions from clarifying questions from SPAC members.
Right, I see 5 and then I see 29 from attendees.
Yes, that's what I see.
So
If we
for
want to
attendees,
start,
well, I'm trying to think it through to have enough time to discuss this. Probably going to have to limit attendees to a minute, and that'll take about 40 minutes.
yes, that was the plan.
I hate to do that, but I don't see an alternative, given the 140 days restriction. All right, are we ready to go back into session? I am. Staff?
Yes,
Let's
let's do
go.
it.
Okay. With that, I grabbed a banana, so I'll remain cheerful. Very important. I'm going to look at the hands that I see on my screen, and I'm going to start with Lynn Korwach. Lynn, go ahead and ask for. At this stage, we're just going with clarifying questions.
Well, Jim, I apologize. I'm not sure if this is a clarifying question or just sort of more information that I'm looking for. I'm not sure that I understand the definition between the two, but we heard a great presentation from the Port of Oakland, and they indicate that they're only going to grow by about 1% a year. And yet they're assuming, or they want the SPAC to understand, that they will invest in capital investments in new technology necessary to increase productivity by 66%. There seems to be a disconnect there, and I wonder if perhaps the Port of Oakland could explain that a little bit more.
Danny, if you've got a brief response, please.
Sure. Well, first of all, I don't predict that we'll grow by 1% every year. It's a historical growth over the last 10 years. We have been growing at 1%. In the past, that presentation was only about sort of past attempts at forecasting our growth. For example, again, the EIR for the Oakland Army Base, we projected that we would be at 4 million TUs today, and we're not, because we've been only growing the last 10 years at 1% annually. We certainly do intend to make infrastructure investments at the port. For one thing, as we face a zero emissions future at the port, we need to convert all our trucks and as much of our equipment and as much of our trucks from petroleum-based energy source to a electric-based source. That conversion of the port in its own, just to serve its current volume, is going to need massive amounts of dollars to convert from currently based energy source to electric infrastructure, both to convert that and also to provide charging stations, power stations, power supply, all that infrastructure, resilience at the port. So that investment is needed even at current growth projections. I'm not sure where the 66% comes from, but that's sort of my, hopefully that answers your question.
All right.
Yeah,
Um,
and I'm sorry, Jim, I'm just gonna add,
Sure.
the 66% came from the staff report on page 28.
Yeah, that's the from the Tioga reports. That's from the adopted cargo forecast.
I'm going to move on to David Lewis. David?
Thanks, Jim, and thanks to the staff and the port for all that information. And I have reviewed all the comments and information that was in the packet. My questions are about quickly about the cargo forecast, the March 4th letter, and then the current use at Howard Terminal. So just to be clear, the committee adopted the cargo forecast in May, and have any state or federal agencies or the individual ports or interest groups subsequently asked BCDC to revise that cargo forecast that we adopted?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so under the Seaport Plan, our as you outlined at the beginning, our decision and any recommendation that we want to make to the commission is going to be based on that cargo forecast. So I just wanted to clarify that. So in the March 4th letter, there's quite a listing in the staff report about the many times that BCDC staff asked the port for additional information to justify removing Howard Terminal, both more information on the terminal's feasibility to handle different types of cargo, the implications of removing Howard Terminal, alternative locations for ancillary activity if Howard Terminal is removed. And these are also questions that BCDC raised in its comments on the draft environmental impact statement, and Save the Bay and others also asked those questions in the EIR comments. That's actually dating back to the notice of preparation, I think almost 3 years ago. So on page 58 in the staff report, you really outline specifically what BCDC needs in the way of information. Specific and enforceable proposals to offset the loss of Howard Terminal if it were removed from Seaport Plan. And I didn't hear that in Danny's presentation, and I didn't see it in the March 4th letter. So I just wanted to ask staff, have you received that kind of specific and enforceable proposal for comparable cargo terminals that could be added to BCDC's jurisdiction, or acreage that could be added to the port's priority use area, or guarantees on these productivity benchmarks so that something wouldn't be needed to replace Howard Terminal? Have you received any of that that you requested or identified would be needed from the port?
I can start, and then anyone else from staff can chime in. We haven't received any specific proposals for additional acreage or things of that nature. I think that March 4th letter was a great start by starting to address, many of the comments that we have. But no, we don't have a specific additional acreage proposed at this time.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear because I know it sounds like you've been asking for that for a long time, and the port had a long time to provide that. Maybe there's reasons that the port can't make those kinds of commitments, but that's what you outlined we needed anyway, and per the Seaport Plan. And
I'll just clarify that those were suggested ways that one could try to approach this problem in past Bay Plan amendments, PUA removals, like the ones that have been mentioned. There have been sort of some of these swaps that have taken place. So we were simply referring to ways in the past that challenges like this have been addressed. There could be other solutions, though, that we're very open to hearing.
Okay, I understand. So my last clarifying question is just on page 3 of the staff report, identifies Howard Terminal in the forecast as dormant or underutilized, and that was offered as a reason why it could potentially accommodate more of any of the 3 major types of cargo. And then you mentioned also in the staff report, the port's announcement a couple of months ago about using Howard Terminal to address supply chain challenges. In fact, I saw a letter from the agricultural interests indicating how important it is that the port has done that, using Howard Terminal more to improve agricultural export flow. So that would seem to indicate that Howard Terminal is actually not currently dormant and is being utilized. Is that correct?
I can speak to that, David. The kind of the definition that we're working with, and I should have explained it more clearly in my presentation of dormant or underutilized, is referring to like actually using that area as an active marine terminal or cargo handling facility. And so those are the sites that were identified in the forecast as not doing that. It doesn't mean that there are no port-related uses occurring on those sites. And in fact, and the port could speak to this in much greater detail than I could, but in many of those places that are identified as dormant or underutilized, there are ancillary services that exist in those places.
Right, right. No, thanks for that clarification. I think that's really important because the terminology makes it seem like, well, I won't repeat that. So just anyway, to conclude what you said, Howard Terminal is apparently being used now and needed for these ancillary uses, but some critical ones that help the port meet the current cargo needs. It's not just the projected growth in cargo as outlined in the cargo forecast, but that current activity. So thanks for that clarification. Appreciate it, Jim.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Eisen, and with an apology, I should have gone to her first, but go ahead, Rebecca.
No problem at all. Thank you, Chair McGrath. My few questions stem from a comment you made, Chair McGrath, and the staff sort of reiterated in its presentation, which is that the BCDC's jurisdiction and reason for being and role is to do what it can to minimize additional fill in the bay. So the two questions that I have of Mr. Wan, I believe, are, will the development of the Port of Oakland that you described, including potentially the 120 acres of outer harbor, will that, in your view, result in any request for additional fill at the Port of Oakland or elsewhere? And the second sort of related question is, will moving the current ancillary uses that are being made of Howard Terminal to more inland areas, will that change result in any request for additional fill either at the Port of Oakland or elsewhere?
Thank you. And we have also Richard Sinkoff, our planning director on the line, so he may be able to supplement answers. So first of all, I think well, maybe there is not, but I hope there's agreement generally that waterfront uses at the Port of Oakland or anywhere else should not be container storage. And that is what is currently referred as ancillary use right now. It's container single stack storage. Curious as to whether that container storage could be more densely used as well. These uses are temporary. Even the temporary pop-up yard right now we're using is temporary. I heard of a sort of analogy. I forget who said it. I think it was well, anyone was, but it was akin to, you know, if you have lots and lots of stuff that you at your house that you need to store. If you have lots of space, all your stuff will be everywhere in your house. But if you have a very small house, you will make a more efficient use of your closet to make sure that you stack them more efficiently. That's what's happening in the port. Basically, we have lots of land, so therefore these temporary container storages are spread out all throughout the port on a single stack basis. So all that to say to your question, Commissioner, as to ancillary uses, there certainly is planning right now to look at truck parking, to look at ancillary uses, and to see whether, number one, there can be a better and more efficient, denser use of the port property for those purposes. And number two, to distinguish between the storage that must happen at the port for the port to operate, and that those uses that may not need to be located at the port that can be used by more, for example, inland port acreages on the Central Valley and other places, or even along the 80 corridor somewhere that is currently zoned industrial in the area. So that certainly is underway, that study, and also into the consideration our transportation needs and such. There's currently no request from the port, and we don't plan on a request of the port for any additional fill. The use of the 120 acres at Outer Harbor, that Outer Harbor has already been used in the past as a terminal operation, and to reactivate it does not require any more fill.
All right, Rebecca, did you have another question?
No, those were my two questions. Thank you, Chair McGrath.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Diane Oshima. Oshima.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. Really helpful information. I might have missed it, Mr. One, but I wanted to ask about the determination that improvement of the Howard Terminal for dry bulk, the capital requirements for that were, I understand, to be infeasible from Port of Oakland's perspective. And if you could give a little bit more detail around that, unless I missed it in your presentation, in which case I apologize for that.
Well, I wouldn't say that as far as our discussion, and again, Richard, do you want to chime in on this? Well, maybe I'll let Richard answer that question.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Diane, to your question, let me just clarify. In our response, we said that RoRo at Howard would not be feasible due to the capital investment needed.
Okay.
There's also the considerations related to adequate wharf space with the turning basin. As Corey explained, we have reserved the right to enlarge the turning basin. That would take about 10 acres. Dry bulk, as you know, our board recently approved a sand and aggregate facility on a small portion, an 18-acre portion of the Outer Harbor terminal that Danny showed. And given the numbers that the revised numbers, the port has adequately addressed the dry bulk need. So the infeasibility was related to a roll-on, roll-off operation at Howard.
Thank you for that correction. I'm sorry I misspoke. So the capital considerations, I understand the turning basin constraint issue, but even separate from that, the terminal improvements for RoRo operations were found to be financially infeasible for the business opportunity.
And this is, yes, that is correct. If you look at Howard Terminal, the high cost of any kind of rail improvements into Howard Terminal would be already making it infeasible. But as we said, really, I think there's a sort of misunderstanding. We're not, with the turning basin using 10 acres of the Howard Terminal, that is a very highly needed, according to the feasibility we're seeing, a highly needed terminal maritime use, a maritime use that is highly desirable and needed today. So Howard Terminal will be put to use for maritime use in the future when the turning basin is expanded. So that's number one. With the turning basin cut into the berth, that berth space at Howard Terminal will be very, very limited for any kind of over-the-dock use. That's number two. And I know that in the staff report, there was a graphic of sort of superimposing the Richmond RoRo operation on top of Howard Terminal. That's what I mean when we talk about feasibility, which is one of the criteria that Corey presented. Is not only are we talking about just acreage and projected need, but we're also talking about feasibility is one of the major factors in this. Is it feasible? What's available at Richmond is not available at Howard. So simply superimposing that upon Howard Terminal is not indicative of whether it's feasible or not.
Thank you.
All right, I have one other hand that's been up and down. Jimmy Triplett, are you still have a question, clarifying question?
Sorry, I had difficulty unmuting. I just was looking for a little more clarification on why row was infeasible there. And I still don't have an entire grasp of that, since it's the least burdensome equipment-wise of all of the different cargoes.
I think that'll come up more in our discussion. I do have one question that I posed to staff so they would be available. Danny gave us the last 10 years of growth. And for those of you that don't know, I was at the port when we did all the environmental permitting for, and in fact, the Bay Plan amendments for the reuse of the Oakland Army Base and the reuse of Fleet Industrial Supply Center, Oakland. And I had a sense then that the projections were maybe a little large. But if we go back to 2000 and look at cargo growth over that time, does the staff or Danny have any projections for a longer period of time that might capture a little bit more of the trend analysis?
Commissioner, are you talking about past or projection?
Past.
Oh, past. Okay.
Going back to 2000 rather than just to 2011.
I anticipated that question, and we do have a longer. My problem is I can't figure out how to pull that the slides back up. Indeed, if you look at I don't know how to pull that slide back up, but if you go back to 1998, the annual growth projection is higher than 1%. But if you look at, but it is probably closer to 2.2% if you look at a longer period average growth. But nonetheless, if you take at the acreage, since a lot of what we're talking about is acreage, which I again submit to you, acreage is not the end all and be all of how you plan a port. So that's number one. But if you look at acreage, just simply acreage, the FISC and the Oakland Army Base added up almost 100% of acreage to the Port of Oakland in the last 25 years. The growth has not been 100%. It's being
Oh no, I know that. I knew we built a lot of excess capacity.
Right. So yeah. So you're right. If we look at a longer term, the growth average annual growth has been a bit faster than 1%, but the last 10 years has been at 1%.
One more question, Danny. What's the current intermodal cargo volume? It was not great when the joint intermodal terminal system, and you stated that the Port of Oakland is mostly a regional facility. So in support of that, what's been the trend at the joint intermodal terminal?
I don't know what the protocol is, Corey, because we have an expert on your spec, Commissioner, that can answer that question. Our Maritime Director, Brian Brandis. Is it possible he can answer that question? Yes? Okay. Brian,
yes, of course.
Yeah. Hey, great. Morning, everybody. So yeah, the intermodal volume has been increasing off and on. We've got a few vessel lines that bring in that have been bringing in more cargo. So it is historically been low, but we're about a 15 to 17% right now. So it's still low compared to most West Coast ports, but it's been creeping up a little bit.
And Commissioner McGrath, another sort of big emphasis, and we're not going to hold to a whole lot, but this whole crisis with the cargo justice has made it some aspects of the port planning much more urgent, which is we see rail not only as a sort of a intermodal, but nationwide transport, but also as a means of transport to inland ports and more in the Central Valley, so that we can have modals around away from the port into further inland as areas of transloading. So that rail also plays a role in that planning aspiration as well.
Okay. With that, I'm going to bring this portion of it to a close and go to the public for comments. And I'm going to ask Rachel to go with your list one at a time. I'm gonna apologize to people. I know I've read the material and the public comment. I'm aware of it. So we don't really need it to be repeated. I hate to limit you to a minute, but we need to have some time for discussion. So with that, Rachel, tee up the first person and let's unmute them and let's go.
So just first to remind members of the public, if you are calling in on your phone and you'd like to make a public comment, you can press *9 to raise and lower your hand and be added to the queue. And Cody and I are going to tag team this. So Cody is going to call on members of the public and ask them to unmute themselves, and I will time them for 1 minute and then give them a warning when their time is up, and then I will mute them and we will move on to the next commenter. So Cody, if you could start, please.
Thank you, Rachel. And thank you, Jim. So first of all, we're gonna start with Kitty Kelly Epstein, and then on deck, we have Cheryl Walton, and then in the hole, we have Mike Henneberry. So Kitty, if you can unmute yourself, you have 1 minute. Please state your name for the record. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Kitty Kelly Epstein. I'm a professor of urban studies and also a resident of Oakland. I want to thank you for taking our public comments today and urge you to continue with approving the staff recommendations to continue the maritime use designation for Howard Terminal. This is very important to me as a resident. The port is our economic engine and it's responsible for tens of thousands of jobs. And so to have any of our public port property given away for other uses is not a good thing, in my opinion, both professionally and as a resident. I also want to say that based on my conversation with experts, they and I are much more optimistic about the growth possibilities of our port, and also feel that the Oakland port will grow, and that partly the lack of the amount of growth we might expect is partly due to the pandemic and the absence of workers to fulfill the jobs, and also the absence of some building of infrastructure that needs to take place. So thank you again for allowing us to speak, and I hope you will approve the staff's recommendation on maintaining the maritime designation for Howard Terminal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. And next.
All right, next up, we have Cheryl Walton, and then Mike Henneberry, you're on deck, and Emily Wheeler, you're in the hole. Cheryl, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you have 1 minute.
Cheryl, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Cheryl Walton, please be ethical leaders with the dignity and rights of Oakland community, especially West Oakland and our maritime workers and businesses, and vote a recommendation to the commission to retain Howard Terminal as a port priority use designation. Howard Terminal is necessary for the future port use as an economic generator. We are now in a period where the supply chain is congested due to historically high demands globally, and every other port in the country is looking to maximize land available for key maritime and support functions. Oakland's port is not suffering from low growth. In 2021, it set an all-time high record for import cargoes, as did nearly every other major container port in Northern America. BCDC should be looking for ways to increase port land to support maritime operations, not remove it. Who are we to predict growth in today's global demands? Even Juan couldn't answer why he previously predicted 60% growth versus 1% growth per year now. There is a limited analysis of an alternative acreage available from the port's research, and even the FEIR identifies mediating this issue as speculative. Thank you for providing the public with an opportunity to come in and ask for BCDC make decisions based on its own independence, to remain objective, using its expert reports and projections, and not just the claims and desires of a potential waterfront developer who also happens to own a baseball team, who provided the report to Juan. The community says no to
Cheryl, if you could please wrap up your
terminal for commercial use, period.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mulder.
All right, up next, we have Mike Henneberry with Emily Wheeler, you're on deck, and Melody Davis, you're in the hole. Mike, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Mike Henneberry. I'm a business agent for Teamsters Local 853 in Oakland. Our union represents workers in many jobs, including construction, Teamsters, ready-mix drivers, concession and food vendors, and sports venues throughout the Bay Area. We strongly urge you to remove Howard Terminal from the Port Priority Use Area designation. Our reasons for making this request include the following. We believe port cargo capacity is adequate without Howard Terminal under all three growth scenarios, slow, moderate, or strong. Howard Terminal is not suitable for modern deep draft vessels. Fortunately, though, these ships can be served at cargo areas in the old Oakland Army Base Naval Supply Center area in the underused outer harbor. The maritime operations at the port and Jack London Square have coexisted for 60+ years, showing that port and non-port uses can both flourish in close proximity. Deprioritizing Howard Terminal will allow the A's baseball park proposal to go forward, guaranteeing tens of thousands of building, trade, and union service jobs and much-needed housing. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote to remove Howard Terminal from the Port Priority Use Area designation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Emily Wheeler. On deck, we have Melody Davis. In the hole, we have Richard Hike. Emily, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Emily. I'm a lifelong Oakland resident, and I would ask you not to remove Howard Terminal from the priority use designation, at least until you have more information. As you know, SPAC voted to utilize the independent BCDC commissioned and peer-reviewed private forecast by the Tioga Group as the basis for determining future needs for preservation of seaport lands in the Bay. I mention this because I was disturbed by Danny Wan's presentation, which appears to contradict the Tioga Group report in several ways, and I would like to remind SPAC to rely only on the Tioga Group report as you previously agreed. Wan's analysis is also contradicted by the ILWU and many other companies that use the port. When Danny Wan mentioned that lines were choosing to skip Oakland, what he failed to mention is that this was because Oakland doesn't have the capacity to handle those lines, not that the need or desire is not there. By all indications, the port is in the strong growth scenario and Howard Terminal is more essential than ever. Danny Wan also did not address the parking issue, where currently Howard Terminal is the only place where trucks can idle. And if it were removed from that use, those trucks would be idling on the streets of West Oakland, a problem for the environmental impacts of West Oakland. And finally,
start to wrap up your comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I would like to register a request to everybody to be as polite as they possibly can. I know Danny, I know Richard, they're good people. We may have differences of opinion or viewpoint or how we see things, but please, let's be kind.
All right, up next, we have Melody Davis, followed by Richard Hike, you're on deck, and then A. Wright, you're in the hole. Melody, please unmute yourself. Okay, actually it says, Melody, we're gonna have to promote you to panelist so you can talk for a moment. Please state your name for the record, and then you will have 1 minute.
Oh, please unmute yourself, Melody.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Melody Davis. I'm a resident of West Oakland. Please retain the Howard Terminal as a port use destination area. After some studies, no evidence has come forward which would suggest a change. Those are the two reports that you guys have been dealing with. Of course, at this juncture, the facts show that Howard Terminal is very critical to the future of the Port of Oakland and should be retained as a port authority use under all circumstances for the future. Mr. Fisher have not given any community benefits as of yet, and plus you guys are still having reports that's coming that has not been fully retained for your information. So we still are puzzled about what's going on truly with the Howard Terminal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Richard Hike, then on deck, we have A. Wright. And then in the hole, we have Edith Brettato. Richard, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Richard Hake. I am a Oakland business owner and resident. I want to ask the BCDC to remove Howard Terminal from its priority status. Howard Terminal is basically a storage facility and a parking lot. The port has ample acreage to support all the stuff that Howard Terminal currently does, and then some. The future use of Howard Terminal is murky at best, even when you start looking at things like expanding the turning basin and so forth. It's disconnected, it's disjointed, and the only protections that people are asking for is basically to help Schnitzer Steel and other entities retain their ability to sidestep oversight and continue community in environmental. Sorry, I got disconnected here.
Mr. Hike, if you could try to wrap up your comment, thank you.
Yeah, basically, I'm just asking the commission to support removing Howard Terminal from the priority status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have A. Wright, followed by Edith Brettato, you're on deck, and then Keith Matting, you're in the hole. A. Wright, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, my name is Aaron Wright. I'm with the ILWU. I've been vice president, business agent. This morning we're calling in to request that you keep Howard Terminal in port use, protect the port priority use designation. Howard Terminal is not just the land. It sits as a nexus for train, truck, and ship traffic. The current EIR as it stands does not protect those corridors that are essential for moving cargo to and from the port. Without those corridors protected, the port will shrivel and die. Remember, Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf is a strong supporter of the A's attempt to take over the Howard Terminal public land for the use for the A's private development. Mr. Danny Wan is an employee of hers and all the port staff. If they don't do what she wants, they're fired, along with the Oakland city staff, which have personally told me they are going to get rid of Schnitzer. This is an attempt to put housing on the port. Howard Terminal is in use. Thousands of trucks a year use that facility. Oakland terminals are so full, we are setting up a new storage operation there as we speak. Howard Terminal sits as a nexus for the train, truck, and ship traffic. It must be.
Thank you, Mr. White. We are out of time for your comment. All right, up next, we have Edith Brettato. On deck, we have Keith Matting. And in the hole, we have Jamie Winterbottom. Edith, please unmute yourself. Speak your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
My name is Edith Brettato, a District 3 resident of Oakland, and I'm asking for you to please vote to remove Howard Terminal from port use property. If strong growth is to happen, it needs to be done in a responsible way. The strong growth scenario is too aggressive. It would result in more traffic and congestion and harm West Oakland and other impacted areas that the Port of Oakland is working hard to mitigate. There is no reason to be putting ro-ro cargo in the middle of Oakland and should not be considered. There are other ports in the Bay like Richmond that have this activity already. They have the capacity to absorb the projected growth the models outline. We should not be placing a burden on Howard Terminal to solve the region's problems. The public demands clear air and access to the waterfront. You should also consider evicting Schnitzer Steel. The public does not want them here. There should be no consideration to give them to expand their polluting practices. You cannot claim to be environmentalists while supporting this
Ms.
no
Brettato,
polluter.
if you could please wrap up your comment. Thank you.
It doesn't matter if they've been there for decades. That's decades too long, and we demand clear air around the community.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Keith Matting. On deck, we have Jamie Winterbottom and Peter Clark. You are in the hole. So Keith, please unmute yourself. You have 1 minute. Please name yourself for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good morning, Keith Matting. I'm with the Inland Boatmen's Union, and I'm here to request that the Howard Terminal remain on the port usage designation. In all this discussion, I haven't heard anybody speak about Oakland's spot in the Pacific Rim. And I have heard a little bit about the regional impact that Oakland has. I know that some of the agricultural shippers have grave concerns about removing Howard Terminal from the designation. And I see, as I transit the bay almost every day when I'm at work, there are 5 to 7 container ships anchored in Anchorage 9 and maybe more offshore, just standing by to get in. So,
Mr. Matting, the minute is up. If you could wrap up your comment, please.
Thanks for letting me speak this morning.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, up next, we have Jamie Winterbottom. On deck, we have Peter Clark, and in the hole, we have Sean Kyle. Jamie, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You will have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is James Winterbottom. I'm a resident of Oakland and a father of 2 small Oaklanders. Unlike most speakers, I have no direct connection to this project, no financial stake in it happening. I'm not even an A's fan. I just want what's best for the city of Oakland and for families like mine. So BCDC staff mentioned earlier that environmental justice and social equity are key priorities, so that's where I'll focus. The city of Oakland has about 19 miles of shoreline. About 15 miles of that is for the port and the airport, and nearly all of the remaining 4 miles is either zoned industrial or is directly adjacent to the fruit. Oakland is left with just a small sliver of publicly accessible waterfront in Jack London Square and Brooklyn Basin. Let's contrast that with the city of San Francisco, which has about 30 miles of shoreline. Nearly all of it is accessible to the public. Ocean Beach, the Presidio, the Marina, Fisherman's Wharf, the Embarcadero, Ferry Terminal, Candlestick Point, and of course, Oracle Park are just a few of the iconic waterfront landmarks. In spite of this inequity, in 2016, Pier 48 and the adjacent land in San Francisco were removed from port priority use to make way for the Mission Rock development that's currently under construction. And this is just
Mr. Winterbottom, your minute is up. If you can please wrap up.
Yep, having identified Pier 48 as feasible for neobulk cargo. If this committee votes to recommend keeping port priority use for Howard Terminal, it'll do so on the grounds that the land is needed for projected port growth. But the truth is, it'll be because for BCDC, San Francisco having access to 100% of its waterfront is more important than Oakland having access.
Thank you, Mr. Winterbottom. Time is up. All right, next up, we have Peter Clark, followed by Sean Kyle, and then Andrea Luna Bocanegra. You are in the hole. So Peter Clark, please unmute yourself. You will have 1 minute to talk. Please start by stating your name.
Hi, my name is Peter Clark. I am an Oakland resident. I support the removal of the Seaport priority use designation, but only after the required infrastructure is built to remove the freight containers to satellite storage facilities and loading facilities that are outside of the Oakland transportation bottleneck. There was a recent article by KGO that talks about some of the ancillary uses of the Howard Terminal and explaining that the small trucking firms just got evictions notices from the Port of Oakland to make room for more containers for that container storage. And this was addressed by some of the speakers today, and it's a an important notation. So I strongly support building the infrastructure to remove the containers from that area so that we can also remove the pollution associated with that and the.
Mr. Clark, your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Sean Kyle, followed by Andrea Luna Bocanegra, you are on deck, and then Cynthia Billings-Roan, you are in the hole. Sean Kyle, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Sean Kyle. I'm a business rep for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 595 in Alameda County. We are in favor of removal of Howard Terminal from port priority. This project means residential housing for Oakland residents, and this also means jobs for construction workers in Alameda County. It also means workers that are residents of Oakland, and we strongly suggest you remove the Howard Terminal from port priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Andrea Luna Bocanegra, Cynthia Billings-Roan, you're on deck, and then Bob Llewellyn, you're in the hole. Andrea, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to talk.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi there. My name is Andrea Luna Bocanegra. I'm a resident in District 7. I also sit in the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee, and I'm a longtime resident in East Oakland. We have been fighting this. Oh, and I also work for food manufacturing. I worked over 18 years in the food industry and manufacturing. So I know, what the use of the port is and how we have grown using that port. So I'm really concerned because this is an active port. If this was a different port that doesn't have productivity, that doesn't have potential of growth, then I'd say no problem. Let's go ahead and build out that stadium. No problem at all. However, why are we going to limit ourselves with the potential if there is growth, when hopefully there is growth since everything is going online, for us to keep the port and keep that land if we do need to grow and expand? It's going to cost us more, and we've done this many times in the state of California where we buy things back because we don't think
your minute is up.
Future and how we should invest our money appropriately. I'm just really concerned as a resident, as a person that has worked in the food manufacturing, and I.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, just as a little heads up to everybody, it looks like we have 22 speakers left to speak right now. So we are going to cut off our list at Lee Sandall. Lee Sandall, you are going to be the last speaker for our public comment period. But first up, we have Cynthia Billings-Roan. You're up next. Bob Llewellyn, you are on deck. And then Susan Ransom, you are in the hole. So Cynthia, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Billings-Roan, Oakland resident. I actually have a couple of questions. Since the usage, question number one, since the usage of the port is based on a projection into 2050, isn't there going to be a loss of acreage due to ocean level rise? And has any of this been taken into consideration when you're making all these projections of whether or not there's how it's going to be used? That's question number one. Question number two is, as far as the port going from moderate to strong usage or whatever, where does the federal, build back better federal infrastructure money come into this? I'm assuming they're going to use it for the for the port.
Thank you for your questions, Ms. Billings Roan. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, if anyone else has any other questions that you feel free emailing us, we can always accept emailed comments as well. So please feel free to email to publiccomment@bcdc.ca.gov. Our next speaker is going to be Bob Llewellyn. Up next is Bob Llewellyn. On deck is Susan Ransom. And in the hole, we have Claudia Semini. Bob, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak. Please unmute yourself, Bob.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bob Llewellyn. I'm a business representative for the Painters and Allied Trades here in Alameda County. We represent hundreds and hundreds of workers that work in the area currently and could potentially work on these projects and live in these areas. We are asking that the BCDC remove the Howard Terminal from the port priority use area so that this once in a lifetime housing project can move forward to build a port that works for all in the Bay Area. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you for your comment.
Well, I have a question. Did Greg want to say something real quick, or shall we continue on?
Well, how many people, so we just basically cut off the speakers by saying if you didn't have your hand up by a certain time, right? I think we should allow everyone who wants to speak at least their minute, frankly. So if there's anyone, and I would implore people to keep it short, but I do think if you're a member of the public, you have the ability to speak at this hearing.
Okay. So if any members of the public who have not spoken yet would still like to be added to the queue, you can raise your hand and we will add you after the.
And you can always also send in written public comments to public comment, all one word, at bcdc.ca.gov. All right, our next public speaker this morning, almost afternoon, is going to be Susan Ransom. Claudia Semini, you are on deck, and Evie Huang, you are in the hole. Susan, you will have 1 minute to talk. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Susan Ransom, SSA Terminal Oakland and largest port tenant. Currently, SSA has 11,000 empties, 13,000 imports, including the 6,000 laying in undeliverable areas due to lack of space, 4,500 exports waiting to load ships, 23 steamship line customers and 17 ships a week turning at Howard Terminal and ships sitting at Acre waiting to be worked. With the current global supply chain surge this year, steamship lines with smaller ships have now become a player in the West Coast container business, most of which at this time are currently calling SSA OICT. It is a good example of unexpected maritime business. You do not need 18,000 TEU ships or 50 feet of water to operate small charters at Howard Terminal. The presentation was extremely misleading. We are in strong growth. Last, Danny thankfully made my point regarding the turning basin. The 10 acres should not be part of this agreement and needs to be removed from discussion no matter what decision is made by BCDC. It needs to remain maritime land and not an ask back from Mr. Fisher. I am also an Oakland resident and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ransom.
All right, our next public speaker will be Claudia Semini. You are up next. Evie Huang, you are on deck, and Margie Lewis, you are in the hole. Claudia, you'll have 1 minute to speak. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm Claudia Cimini. I'm Executive Vice President of the Marine Engineers Beneficial Association. I've gone to sea for over 20 years. I'm speaking to argue that we need to maintain maritime use designation. The Oakland working waterfront predates professional sports in this country. Seattle built a couple of stadia downtown by the waterfront, very effectively driving a lot of maritime cargo to Tacoma out of Seattle. There's been discussion that Oakland is a secondary port. Most marine traffic goes to LA. Well, people still need stuff in the Bay Area. So if it's not going to be transported up here by ship, it'll be transported by container on truck, clogging our highways. Maritime is a greater commitment to this area than any sports team ever has. Again, I encourage you, maintain maritime use designation for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tremini.
All right, our next speaker will be Evie Huang. She's up next. Margie Lewis, you are on deck. And Moto G Stylus, you're in the hole. Evie Huang, please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, my name is Evie Huang, and I thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'll submit comments. If Howard Terminal acres are given over to ACE, it will be an MLB owner's lockout for the port and the city of Oakland. If the port, the city of Oakland, and BCDC is trusting ACE to be good stewards of coastal land, let's evaluate their intentions. Would Howard Terminal be best served supporting the port as regional economic engine for import and export, or for retail development? I hope BCDC will continue on the review of the Seaport Plan goals for the intent of Howard Terminal land if it is removed from the port priority use destination. On the last BCDC meeting, it was said that the Tioga report was outdated and may need to be revised. The A's intent is not the right one for Oakland, economically wrong for seaport compatibility, economically environmentally wrong for coastal lands, socially wrong for the city.
Thank you, Ms. Huang. Your minute is up.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Margie Lewis. You're up next, followed by Moto G Stylus, you're on deck, and then Matt Schrapp, you're in the hole. Margie Lewis, please unmute yourself. You'll have 1 minute to speak. State your name for the record, please.
Margie Lewis, Oakland. We must keep the designation of Howard Terminal for maritime use. We cannot change it. I urge you to reject any changes that give away prime port property. If this property goes away, the option to use the space for maritime uses and support logistics vanishes forever. Once it's gone, it's never coming back. In fact, the port is already facing a shortfall in cargo space, and if Oakland Days owner Fisher has his way, our current supply chain crisis will be exacerbated. We're now in a period where the supply chain is congested due to historically high demand globally, and every other port in the country is looking to maximize land available for key maritime and support functions. BCDC should be looking at ways to increase port land to support maritime operations, not remove it. The A's still don't have a final community benefits agreement or an agreement on critical seaport compatibility measures, both of which BCDC staff has identified as critical components of any process for approval of the Howard Terminal project. Both of these processes have stalled, and the A's have not directly participated in any discussions with the maritime community for the last 3 years. Thank you for
Ms.
this.
Lewis, thank you for your comment.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Moto G Stylus. You are up next. Matt Schrapp, you're on deck. And Painters and Drywall Finishers Local 3, you are in the hole. Moto G Stylus, you will have 1 minute to talk. Please unmute yourself. State your name for the record.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
With all due respect to Mr. McGrath, sometimes you have to say when someone is misleading a body like this.
Excuse
Mr.
me,
Wan,
could you please state your name for the record?
my name is Oscar. Can I get the time back, please? It's only a minute. Can I get that time back that you just interrupted me for? You start the clock over again.
We can add a few seconds back to your time.
Go ahead.
Okay. With all due respect to Mr. McGrath, you have to sometimes note when someone is misleading a body. Mr. Wan has sat through the same meetings I have where the people who were party to the CBA negotiations repudiated the A's for bad behavior, lack of respect, and no commitment to a community benefits process. It's therefore extremely misleading for a port official to respond to the consistency with Bay Plan's environmental justice and social equity policies question with name dropping these organizations. The West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project repudiated this project and the A's. all of these organizations have repudiated this process and the CBA process. And Mr. Koval goes on to the media nearly every week to say that he doesn't want to do the CBA. This is not okay. This is not okay, and it needs to be called out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Matt Schrapp. On deck, we have Painters and Drywall Finishers Local 3. And in the hole, we have Patrick Boileau. And I apologize if I'm saying that incorrectly. Matt Schrapp, you please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Matt Schrapp. I'm CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association. Along with our partner organization, the California Trucking Association, we represent motor carriers that move the vast majority of cargo to and from the Port of Oakland. We are here before you today to express our concerns on removing Howard Terminal from port priority use. Unfortunately, for our industry, an issue that continues to defy logic throughout these discussions are the ongoing assumptions or lack thereof on truck displacement. Howard Terminal serves as a critical staging area for truck moves and container storage, close to 400,000 per year. Neither the port or the A's have identified any sort of replacement acreage for these uses, instead saying that the issue is too speculative to include into any SUCO analysis. Yet the port's own research shows that there is no equivalent acreage available to act as replacement, and that trucks would likely be displaced into West Oakland neighborhoods or into the Central Valley. To that end, there is zero recognition on increased emissions that will result from increased truck VMT. Just ignoring and dismissing the issue doesn't make it go away. Ironically
Mr.
enough,
Schrapp, your minute is up.
thank you. We respect
Thank
this
you.
fact, continue to keep Howard Terminal for port priority use. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Painters and Drywall Finishers Local 3. Patrick Boileau, you are on deck. And Craig Mariles, you are in the hole. Painters and Drywall Finishers Local 3, please state your name for the record. Unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, my name is Tommy Sandoval. I'm with District Council 16, Painters and Drywall Finishers. We are in favor in BCDC removing Howard Terminal from the port priority use. The proposed Howard Terminal Ballpark District is a once in a generation opportunity for new housing, jobs, and new waterfront open space access in Oakland. We need a bay that works for everyone all the time, not just the maritime industry and the fluctuating global market economy. Do not deny Oakland this once in a lifetime opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Patrick Boileau. And then Craig Mariles, you are on deck. And then Eli Tony, you are in the hole. So Patrick, please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, Patrick Boileau, Deputy Political Director with the Operating Engineers Local 3. We're calling to urge the board to remove Howard Terminal from maritime use. We think that, like many of our colleagues in unions and building trades, we think that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and that the Howard Terminal area is at best ancillary to port operations, and that the overall picture of the great opportunity that Oakland is going to receive with this new ballpark is greater than any small loss of the port facilities, especially as what can be made up in terms of technology and better efficiency in other parts of the port. So thank you for your time, and we hope you remove the terminal from maritime use.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Craig Mariles. On deck, we'll have Eli Tony, and then in the hole, we have Gennaro Academy of Arts University. So Craig, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
I want to thank BCDC. Let's see. There we go. I want to thank BCDC and all 27 commissioners for protecting the public interest, protecting the bay, and also your other just as important duty, your statutory responsibility which calls for ensuring maximum feasible public access to the bay. And in this case, I don't see how you can reconcile this proposal with that fundamental duty of BCDC. This proposal calls for giving away valuable waterfront bay access property to a private corporation owned by billionaires whose business model consists of charging the public to get access to the bay that was once public property, building luxury housing for the wealthy few, along with boutiques. How on earth do we reconcile this with our jobs as BCDC, which is to protect the bay and protect the public interest? And on that basis, I hope you'll turn this project down and maintain that status for the bay property that's in question here.
Thank you,
Because
Mr.
we
Mayor.
need you to do your
minute is up.
job and are counting on you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Eli Tony. On deck, we have Gennaro Academy of Arts University. And then in the hole, we have Mike Jacob. So Eli, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eli Tony. I'm calling to ask that you vote to remove Howard Terminal from port priority status. You have two options here. You can sit with a status quo, which underutilizes the land at Howard Terminal, or you can vote for a dynamic development that will allow for tax dollars, for cleaner air, and for many other community benefits. The plan certainly has some details to be worked out, but any plan would. To allow polluters and other bad actors to continue to dominate the discussion and to dominate the land at Howard Terminal, especially when the port itself has said it would not inhibit operations, suggests that there may be a better use for that land. That I ask that you vote to remove Howard Terminal from port priority status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Gennaro Academy of Arts University, followed by Mike Jacob, you're on deck, and then S. Garcia, you're in the hole. Gennaro, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
My name is Gennaro Baltrip. Excuse me, that was from a former meeting. My name is Gennaro Baltrip, and I'm with ILW. I'm a local 10 member, and I would like to say that I think that areas to be upgraded for port use and not for a stadium. And the stadium is not going to benefit us in the long term. Us that live in Oakland, we're going to have to pay for that in taxes. And there's need for more money to be spent towards education and not privatizing the port and privatizing the schools at these times. But I just believe that area needs to be kept for port use, for maritime use.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Mike Jacob, followed by S. Garcia, you're on deck, and then ILM, you are in the hole. But first, Mike Jacob, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Mike, you will have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chair McGrath, SPAC members, BCDC staff, thank you for all your hard work on this. On behalf of PMSA, we've submitted extensive comments, so we won't be repeating those here, but I guess two things. One, the comment that somehow ancillary uses are not within the scope of the Seaport Plan, it is just silly. The Seaport Plan policy goals include providing for integrated improved surface transportation facilities between San Francisco Bay ports and terminals and other regional transportation systems. If an intermodal yard serving the port isn't one of those, I don't know what is. It's clearly contemplated within the bounds of the Seaport Plan and goals. But the other thing is I just have to laugh. I've been doing this for 19 years of my career with and at the Port of Oakland, and I have never once heard a port say, please, please, we're not going to plan to grow, take away property. If that's what I heard this morning, it is just not consistent with anything that we have ever done with the port or with any other port on the US West Coast. So thank you. I appreciate your time moving
Thank you.
forward.
And could you just state your name for the record before you mute yourself?
Yeah, again, Mike Jacob with PMSA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have S. Garcia, followed by ILM, you're on deck, and then Binder Baines, you're in the hole. S. Garcia, please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, I'm S. Garcia. I just want to thank everybody for your time today. I am calling to ask in favor of you guys removing Port Authority from Howard Terminal. David Lewis, who sits on your BCDC Advisory Committee, recently wrote an anti-Howard Terminal article, sent negative comments to the DEIR process, but supported Mission Rock, a waterfront development by the San Francisco Giants, which is in your guys' jurisdiction. David Lewis complains about how Howard Terminal is included with the conjuncture of public financing, which was an IFD. Ironically, Mission Rock actually had an estimate of 280 million plus anticipated via an IFD, yet David Lewis is very much in favor for the Mission Rock project. His article is adamant about the agency seek special legislation for Howard Terminal, knowing that the approval process could take years. However, the AB 2797 bill was passed to get an exemption from the BCD rules from Mission Rock. It is unclear why David Lewis is backing the Giants, yet special legislation yet attempt to stonewall the A's.
Thank you very much, Ms. S. Garcia. All right. Our next speaker is going to be ILM. You're up next. And then Binder Baines, you're on deck. And then Eddie Alvarez, you're in the hole. So first up, we have ILM. Please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. ILM here, and I'm concerned about the corporate interest that has taken over Oakland. I'm concerned about AB 1191 Bonta 2019 that was written by the attorneys for the A's. The corporate interests have taken over our officials. We have a body and a port commission that was appointed that's not responsible to the constituency. And I'm an Oakland resident. A lot of folks calling in are not Oakland residents. The port is our outward facing to the Pacific Rim. The city was built on the port. Please do your jobs and retain the priority for maritime activity. It's so important to the economy of this area. We're not San Francisco, we're not other places, and we absolutely need our port. So it's an active port. Building luxury condos that would not even support Oakland in any way is very disingenuous to all of the people and to all of us that have lived here for many, many years. It is not equity in any way.
Your minute is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Binder Baines, followed by Eddie Alvarez, you're on deck, and then Zenny Abraham, you're in the hole. Binder, please please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to talk.
Hi, this is Binder Baines, Local 10. Still haven't got an understanding on how you guys are gonna have fireworks at a ballpark when there's vessels coming in with cargo with flammable things. I'm pretty sure y'all not gonna wanna have y'all kids there if something did end up going wrong, or even our brothers and sisters that's working day and night on the dock. I mean, what ballpark was being used throughout this pandemic? Our docks were. We lost so many brothers and sisters throughout this time. To keep up with this history, and we're going to keep working out there to make sure you get food, clothes on y'all back that y'all represent. Thank you. Please oppose this.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Baines.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Eddie Alvarez. You're up next. Zenny Abraham, you're on deck. And then Lee Sandal, you're in the hole. Eddie, please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Eddie Alvarez. I'm the business representative and a resident of District 4 here in Oakland. I represent the 28 affiliates with the Alameda County Building Construction Council. We have helped build this county and the port with thousands of jobs down there. I manage actually the port account on a daily basis. And I just want to say that the port does a fantastic job of managing the land, may it be at the airport or down at the seaport, and the way that they do that on a daily basis. They do that by making sure that the map was in place, our jobs policy, excuse me, that local folks are hired for local construction and maintenance jobs. They also make sure that people from disadvantaged neighborhoods also get hired for those jobs. Allowing this project, allowing the port to manage this land will eventually lead to the largest infrastructure and housing project in our currently in our state. That is thousands of construction jobs. Yes, and I'll finish up here in a second. That is thousands not just construction jobs, but also maintenance jobs in hotels and the rest of the port. We urge you to allow the port to run this land and to move the executive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Zenny Abraham, you are up next. After that will be Lee Sandal, and then Sierra, you're in the hole. Zenny, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, my name is Zenny Abraham of Zenny 62 Media. I hope everybody's well. There's a confusion here between positive economic forecasts and normative economic reports. The former says that the world is at this point X, and here's the port within it. That's what Danny Wong was presenting. The positive economics forecast, positivist, basically says we'll be at X with, say, Howard Terminal or a new bulk terminal or both. In other words, we're not being presented with scenarios by the port that are complete and comprehensive. You know, a number like saying we lose 25 acres of capacity doesn't really help give a full picture. I'm not advocating one way or another. I'm talking about the way this conversation is structured and how it's leading to some really confusing takes from a lot of circles. And this could be done a lot better. By the way, Richard Sinikoff, my DCRP Berkeley classmate, epic beard, and the man you like Frosty the Snowman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham.
All right, up next we have Lee Sandal. On deck, we have Sierra. And in the hole, we have William F. Dow. Lee Sandal, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
I guess it's afternoon, but thank you, BC board members. My name is Lee Sandal, and I am speaking on behalf of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union's Northern California District Council today. We feel that the only way there would be moderate growth at the Port of Oakland is if shippers see that the port's available acreage for cargo is shrinking and they are choosing to go elsewhere. Cargo vessels need water, ballparks do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandal.
All right, up next we have Sierra. On deck is William F. Dow, and then Linda Adams, you're in the hole. So first up, we're going to talk with Sierra. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. Sierra Peterson, Bay Area resident. I want to urge the port and the A's to more fully explain why the shortfall in port acreage under the Tioga forecast can still justify removing Howard Terminal for port priority use. I find that to be absolutely critical. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have William F. Dow. On deck is Linda Adams. And in the hole, we have Desmond I. Jeffries, Kazek Henry. William F. Dow, please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
And William, you'll have to unmute yourself.
William, can you unmute yourself, please, if you wish to speak?
Okay, we can move on to the next speaker. I will lower this person's hand and they can raise it again if they wish to speak.
All right. Okay. Up next, we have Linda Adams. On deck is Desmond I. Jeffries, Kazek Henry. And in the hole, we have Alvirdia Owens. Linda, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Linda Adams. I am a ILWU, a longshorewoman. And my comment is, what has changed since the previous report? Previously, the Howard Terminal, the longshoreman, we kept that as priority usage. What has changed? And that was due to size. What can and can't take place on that land? And so, you know, that would be my curious concern. And I hear people talk about it's going to provide homes and all of that. But for the average Oaklander, I have family living in Oakland and they're struggling just where they're living today. So how much affordable are those units going to be? Not for your median income type of families. And so you're going to compromise. And then I also hear others talk about providing jobs, but we're trying to preserve ours. We know that once they take part of that land, it's going to compromise our jobs. And we are growing. We have grown every year. So yes, it may not look like it due to the pandemic, but we also worked during the pandemic. So things slowed down. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Desmond I. Jeffries, Hexem Hemry. I apologize for that. Up, and then you just disappeared. Okay.
If you would still like to comment, if you could. Oh, they just raised their hand again.
Okay, and you're okay. Should we try this again? Desmond, followed after you speak, we will then have Alvirdia Owens and then Will Stein. Will Stein, you'll be in the hole. So I'm going to go to Desmond. Please, please state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
This is Desmond I. Jeffries. I am an Oakland resident, also a policy professional and a professional in transportation planning and economist. And as you guys know, those of you guys that are sitting on the BCDC and the CPAC, projections always are increasing. The forecasts are always increasing on shipments, on air cargo, on travel, passenger travel. Airplanes are getting bigger, airports are expanding, and also ports around the world. So stating that, giving up Howard Terminal would do a disservice and would hinder and cripple the port. And if we're trying to increase capacity and also make sure that the region is taken care of economically, you cripple that. You're making a poor decision if you give that land over to the A's terminal. So do you want to increase? We do not want to mess or interfere with international commerce, and that's what we're doing when we give up the A's terminal to the give up the Howard terminal to the A's. So
Mr. Jeffries, your minute is up.
I advise you to vote no, do your jobs, keep public property and the port for maritime interests only.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Alvirdia I'm so sorry. Alvidia Owens, followed by Jason Dreisbach, and then William F. Dow. We're gonna try that again. You be in the hole. So first up, Alvidia. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Alvirdia, you will have to unmute yourself.
Ms. Owens, can you unmute yourself, please, so you can speak?
Okay, we can move on to the next speaker. I will lower this person's hand and they can raise it again if they wish to make a comment.
All right. All right, next up then we have Jason Dreisbach. Then William F. Dow, you be on deck again. And then in the hole, we have West Oakland Cultural Action Network. Jason, if you can unmute yourself, please state your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Dreisbach. I run a transload facility here at the Port of Oakland. I'd like to note to the BCDC board that almost the entire, without exception, maritime industry, be it terminal operators, transloaders, truckers, are universally opposed to this, as we all understand the critical nature of Howard Terminal, that Howard Terminal plays in the current operating dynamics of the port. And frankly, we cannot imagine how the port would function without this acreage going forward with any sort of moderate growth scenario. It's critical that the BCDC also recognizes, while it may not be used as a terminal, the ancillary services that are being that Howard Terminal is utilized for are not easily replicatable anywhere else in the inland area. And the port has not offered any suggestions as to where any of these activities could take place without causing
your minute is up.
issues elsewhere in the community. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna try this again with William F. Dow. You're up next. After that will be up, and then he disappeared again. All right, up next, we're gonna have West Oakland Cultural Action Network. And after following them will be Will Stein, you're on deck, and then Bo Logo. You are going to be in the hole. All right, West Oakland Cultural Action Network, please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Thank you. My name is David Peters. I'm the founder and board president of WOCAN, the West Oakland Cultural Action Network, as well as the conceiver and creator, producer of the Black Liberation Walking Tour, which has been noticed as a top 6 Black heritage tour in the United States. And I say all that to say that my family has lived in West Oakland since the 1940s, when my grandfather and his brother-in-law came to work in the marine industry, because there was work for Black folks here that wasn't available to skilled laborers in Houston, Texas. We have lived in West Oakland, my family, for 3 generations. And I believe that this body, these commissioners, have a moral obligation to consider environmental justice for the West Oakland community. We love our brethren in the ILWU. We love the jobs that that industry has provided, but it doesn't employ all the Black people in West Oakland. And we must be considered the folks who live here and do not gain economic benefit from that port. So I have heard commissioners talk about extracting of wealth for commissioners.
Sir, your minute is up. If you could wrap up, please.
I'll wrap it up quickly. Consider us. We demand access to that Howard Terminal. We want the ports. We want investment in our neighborhood. The port is not considering community benefits. I sit on the Howard Terminal Community Benefits Agreement Steering Committee. We're considering $400 million.
Thank you very much for your comment. Also, please keep in mind that all public comments, if you don't fit into this minute, you can always please write into your public comments at publiccomment at bcdc.ca.gov. All right, up next, we have Will Stein. On deck, we have Bo Logo, and then Alvirdia, you're in the hole. We'll try that again after a couple more, okay? So first up, Will Stein, please state your name for the record. Unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Will Stein. I'm a Oakland and Alameda County native, born and raised. And I just like for the commissioners to consider supporting the Oakland A's in their pursuit of building a ballpark at Howard Terminal and removing port priority from the Howard Terminal site. I think this is an excellent opportunity for environmental justice and to clean up West Oakland's unfortunately highly polluted neighborhoods and port. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for racial justice and equity as well. So I hope that everyone will consider supporting this measure for environmental justice and racial justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your comment.
All right, up next, we have Bo Logo, and then we will have Alvirdia Owens on deck, and then William F. Dow, you're in the hole. So Bo, if you could please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, this is Bo Logo. I'm a local 10 member here in Oakland, previous Oakland resident. I just want to say these jobs need to be preserved, and Howard Terminal needs to be preserved for the maritime work, for the longshoremen as well as the truckers and everything that goes on here. You know, the Howard Terminal that's being preserved has no guarantee that this work is going to local residents, as well as you know, that the housing is not a guarantee that it's going to actually be affordable housing. And it's just, you know, ridiculous. And this needs to be preserved for maritime work and, you know, maintain the Port of Oakland for what it was designed for. And that's all I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Alvirdia Owens, followed by William F. Dow. So Alvirdia, we're going to start with you. Please unmute yourself. State your name for the record. You'll have 1 minute to speak.
I wonder if their unmute button is not working.
Can you unmute yourself, Alvirdia? If it doesn't work, you can always write into us at public comment, all one word, at bcdc.ca.gov. Alvirdia, I want to try that one more time.
If you are calling, good.
Yes?
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Albertia Owens, and I'm a resident of West Oakland, 34 years, a homeowner in the same spot. First of all, I'm imploring you to please keep Howard Terminal intact. Don't allow that excess use to happen with the building of the stadium. The trucks are there. That's a working site. If they're there for whatever reason, they're a working site. And it keeps the trucks off the streets of West Oakland. We are very heavily impacted with health issues due to the air quality. You guys are aware of AB 617 and West Oakland environmental impact. Are great tools to help use to equity, and that would create such a greater impact on residents of West Oakland. And we deserve and demand to have cleaner air and less pollution. Not just the air, the noise, the lights, and also from the building. So I'm asking the vote to maintain Howard Terminal as it is and keep it a priority. I just think it would be just unconscionable to do that and not consider the heavy impact it will have on.
Ms. Owens, your minute is up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank
comment.
you. And it was slightly difficult to hear you. We're kind of going in and out a little bit. But if you would like to send in, your comments to publiccomment@bcdc.ca.gov, you can also take your comments that way as well. All right. The last public speaker we have for today is William F. Dow. We're going to try this one more time. Oh, and then he disappeared again.
Well, we just need to look for him in the
Oh,
list.
there he is. Okay, here we go. William F. Dow. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record. You have 1 minute to speak.
Hello,
Excellent.
can you, okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't get this thing to work right, I'm sorry. My name is Bill Dow with Local 6 Warehouse Union ILWU and a member of the District Council. We're urging you to keep port priority use on the Howard Terminal. Real estate and the industry does not get along, and they'll move right on down the line if you let them. So don't allow it to happen. I'm begging you not to do. I'll keep it as short as I can and say, a maritime needs a water's edge. A ballpark can be put any place. So keep all the ports available that you can. We can't give away port land. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Right.
Thank you so much.
This finishes the public hearing. I would welcome a motion from the SPAC and a second to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I second.
Second.
All right. Cody, can you announce the motion maker and the second?
Jimmy Triplett made the motion and Christine Zortman made the second.
Okay, I would like to thank the public. I hated to limit you to a minute, and I'm glad that Greg said, listen to them all. It is not a popularity contest. I would also like to praise many of you who managed to get information that we didn't have before us, such as the number of container movements at Howard, such as the concerns of the West Oakland Indicators Project. That can all be done quickly and politely, and it is all material. It's not a popularity contest, but the information behind it is important. That brings me to a critical stage. I've gotten at least one request for a brief lunch break. Can everybody grab something to eat and come back in 10 minutes? We have a hard stop at 2. That would give us a little more than an hour to discuss this and see if we can arrive at a motion. So if there's anybody that objects to a 10-minute break or thinks they just desperately can't do it in 10, would they raise their hand?
Not
Better to
seeing
have
any
10
hands
minutes.
raised.
Better to have 10 minutes than no food at all, right? I don't want anybody to be as cranky as I can get when I'm really, really hungry. So I'll take all the heat for this. And if we can be back here at 10 to 1, ready to work. I don't care if you're chewing, just not while you're speaking. So let's take 10 minutes. The public, you know you got 10 minutes to go grab something, and we'll see if we can finish by 2. Thank you.
Chair McGrath, it looks like we have most people back. Many of them. If you are back, please turn on your video. And you're on mute. There you are.
My video's on. I'm just about to send you a text.
Oh.
I could say thanks to pasta, a microwave, and a big spoon. I'm back. Are we ready to reconvene? It is time to reconvene. So let's do the business that we have at hand. So we have a number of questions that have been teed up by the staff. I'm sure that many of you have been internalizing it. We don't have a tremendous amount of time to see if what our viewpoints are. So my instinct is to ask everybody to raise their hands and go through the SPAC and just give you each a brief opportunity to kind of tell us where you are now, and then to see if out of that we can formulate a recommendation. So I'm going to go ahead at this point, ask for hands to be raised. I see no hands raised yet on the panelists.
2 hands right now. 3.
Okay. So I think Jimmy Triplett's hand went up first. And David Lewis.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to stimulate everyone to jump in here and keep this moving. I listened very carefully and cautiously to everything, and keeping in mind what our kind of our prime directive is and what our limits are and what we really should be relying on. We have to keep this very focused on the facts at hand, not the opinions at hand. And you know, we might all emotionally feel one way or another, but or the public might, but the facts are the facts, and our obligations are our obligations. At this point, I think I would need to gather more information relative to why it's too expensive to put railroad there, but that's neither here nor there. The obligation to stick to the Tioga group's study, I think binds me at least to believe that removal would be inappropriate.
Thank you, Jimmy. Next we have David Lewis.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate Jimmy's comments. I appreciate the staff organizing the information the way they did. And Jim, you organizing this conversation the way you have as chair, so that we got to hear from all the members of the public. My questions, clarification questions to staff were really focused on the questions that staff had suggested we consider making our recommendation. And I think the things that I heard back from staff, there are 4 or 5 points really. You know, the uses of Howard Terminal now and prospectively are important to improve the flow of goods, even if Howard Terminal is not being used to directly offload cargo from ships at that wharf. The Port of Oakland has been asked for a number of years to provide some specific and enforceable proposals, alternatives for how that Howard Terminal capacity could be located elsewhere and where. And the responses have been pretty general and vague, as well as today the port director suggesting that the port is actually not going to grow very much compared to what the cargo forecast said. Third, we have adopted a cargo forecast, and nobody has asked that that be revisited or revised, and that's what we are bound to guide our recommendations on if we make a recommendation. And then finally, based on the information that's that we have and that's been provided, I don't see how removal of Howard Terminal from the port priority use area designation can be found to be consistent with Seaport Plan and Bay Plan policies. And the staff actually, in their report, suggested that they can't see that right now either, based on what the port's provided. So I would not support, I would encourage the commission to not approve the Bay Plan amendment as proposed at this time, based on all of what I just said. And if you want, Jim, I'm prepared to make a motion at that time just to have something on the table. And I've written it down. I can also email it to staff if that's helpful, so that everybody's on the same page.
Why don't you email it to staff? We'll see if that's the appropriate motion or where we are. Okay. Next, I'll go to Diane.
Hi, thanks to all of the presentations and the public comments in particular, I felt were very informative. I think our reaction is that there still is not, there are a few questions in my mind about these cargo forecasts, but there's also, I think, a need for more information about whether there are provisions for maintaining port operational capacity as part of the A's project proposal. Those negotiations are still in process. And it goes to the point of these cargo forecasts, which I know have been adopted by the SPAC to be used, but with a low, medium, and high projection that creates a wide aperture of potential futures. And I know from the Port of San Francisco experience that to date, BCDC cargo forecasts as they pertain to San Francisco properties have overshot the business opportunity, that the cargo activity was not achieved by a long shot, and that the port priority use designation areas in San Francisco were also outsized relative to the actual business development or need. And so for me, this project, looking at the A's project against these cargo forecasts, raises a question for, I think, BCDC and the Seaport Plan in general about when you have low, medium, and high scenarios out there, what about a specific project conditions, what are the criteria that should be considered in a specific project situation that allows you to assess whether the cargo forecast for that particular port actually makes sense or not. And I think that there's quite a delta, there's quite a margin of error within that. So to the extent that the high forecasts generally or consistently have not been achieved in the Seaport Plan, that's something for us to consider. And that particularly within urbanized ports like San Francisco and Oakland, where you have so many competing public needs, that fine grain requires a closer look at the information that we have available to us at this time. So I think I'll just stop there and look forward to other people's comments.
Thank you, Diane. Next, I see Cara.
Hi,
Go
thank you
ahead.
very much. Kara Vucic, Principal Planner with MTC and ABAG. And I think we had similar questions and concerns that have already been very well articulated by Diane Oshima, so I'm not going to go into that. But do want to say that for us, we are guided by Plan Area 2050, which is the Regional Long Range Transportation Plan that was unanimously adopted by MTC and ABAG in the fall. And in Plan Area 2050, I think as was noted in the staff report, which again, I deeply appreciate the staff's really thorough report and analysis of the situation and the information that they provided to this back. But as noted in that report, Howard Terminal is included as a priority development area, which are locations targeted for future housing and jobs. And of note is that it is not included as a priority production area, which is the designation for the rest of the Port of Oakland. And so for that reason, it's important for us to be consistent with Plan Bay Area. And so that's a huge consideration for the way that we'll be voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Cara. Brian.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. No doubt a challenging issue. And, first of all, I want to thank BCDC staff for going through their presentation. I read through it, but it was even helpful for me to go through their presentation. So, anyhow, I think most of you know I've now been with the port now for 2 years, and I've been in the maritime industry my entire career. So being on the maritime side, one would really not want to see their portfolio shrink. But looking at this, and I've been on both sides of this. The Port of Oakland has had challenges over the years, and struggled to achieve real growth. This project, and this is more on the policy side. But this project has really daylighted two significant opportunities to me. And, and I've discussed with the industry, they struggle to see this, but we've talked about it. The first is that we're going to see significant, investments, both with this project and with the infrastructure that we would not normally have seen. And these, the first area is really going to be around the entrance or getting trucks in and out of the port, and then around rail safety and getting improving the rail cargo in and out of the port. I mean, these are critical issues, and and really will put Oakland on the map as a as a regional port, and a jewel that it really deserves to be. The second opportunity really is equally, if maybe not more important, and that's we're really seeing a renewed recognition, in the port by the city. I mean, this is critical. We're seeing it in the Seaport compatibility, measures, working with us, and we're also seeing, the city of Oakland's commitment to really jointly find solutions that preserve the city's industrial lands and truck routes. So I think this is, a critical, step forward, and really going to, help achieve, the port, achieve our growth, which we target around the moderate growth plan. And, to address some of the concerns, yes, of course, we could use Howard, for other uses, but I believe, we can reach that moderate growth within the 4 terminals we have right now, and the redevelopment of the 120 acres in the Outer Harbor, as Danny stated. There's also been a lot of talk on, the ancillary uses. There's really 3 uses, there right now, really, 2 main uses, and that's, truck and container parking, as well as training for the PMA. We have a location for the relocation for the PMA training sites. Between the city and the port, we have dedicated 30 acres of truck and container parking, which we're currently exceeding. But this truck and container parking is an ongoing, regional issue. And, as Matt Trapp from the HTA mentioned, I mean, this is an issue that we need to continue ongoing to discuss and find the solution. The solution will not all be housed at the port. This is a regional solution and a state, solution. When we redevelop the 120 acres in the Outer Harbor, that is being used right now for mainly for truck and container parking. That will need to be relocated as well. And so this is not, the first that, you will hear of, shortage of truck and container parking, and this needs to be resolved. And again, it's not solely a port issue. It's an industry issue. And, I think with this, project, I think we have, the commitment, from the city, the region, and, state entities to really look, at what drives the port and what drives the port's success. Currently on Howard Terminal, we do have a temporary pop-up yard that's being sponsored by the USDA to support some of our ag exporters, as well as relieve congestion in the yards. This has been identified as a temporary yard, and more permanent yards are being looked at in the Central Valley. So these will be more of a permanent solution to really house, the volume for the growth of the seaport. The main driver, which, most of these, growth, determinations and factors, we're really not talking about is dwell. I mean, there is, production, and clearly, the ILW have been very, supportive all through the COVID. And I want to thank the men and women on the waterfront for that. But really the main driver in production for the terminals is dwell. And that's the reduction of dwell will really drive, the throughput and be able to achieve, the moderate, to higher levels of growth, with the existing terminals. Where we really need the help is, from the cities, from the state, to move the cargo out of the port complex. So again, this is more on the policy side, but I do, I do support pulling this out, because I see there's a lot of benefits, in moving forward with this project. So, Jim, if it comes time, when it comes time to, I would be willing to make a motion to support it.
Thank you, Brian. Next up, we have Jean Finney. Jean, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all for the very informative presentations and for all the public comment. I thought very good comments, well thought out, and very helpful. Caltrans is of course very a concern with freight overall. That is one of our priorities. And we also have a special concern for truck parking. As Brian just mentioned, there is a need for further discussion overall, not just in regards to truck parking at the Port of Oakland, but we are concerned with the current use of the Howard Terminal for truck parking, and where those trucks will be displaced to. So that is something we would like some more information on. But we also, recognize the port's comments as well in terms of being able to have sufficient use for future needs for their business. So we do would appreciate though more information in regards to plans for those truck parking uses that are currently in the Howard Terminal.
Thank you, Jean. Christine.
Thank you, Jim. So this is first of all, I want to echo a lot of other people's comments. I thought it was a lot of good, robust public comment, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate BCDC staff in going through all of the machinations behind the scenes and bringing this forward. I think that this is an issue that I have two different distinct feelings on. One, I respect my fellow port colleagues at the Port of Oakland. As an executive director here at the Port of Redwood City, you want to be able to look at your opportunities and your growth, and who knows that best except you as the port director and port staff. At the same time, though, I also want to mention that I recognize that it's the maritime industry, and I think a lot of people said it very well, that there are other places inland where stadiums and these kinds of more commercial developments can go, and that they don't need deep water berths for their location. And so, you know, the other thing that I recognize too is that, you know, when you're a kid and you're looking at a career path and where do you want to go, and people say, you know, sometimes go to college, you know, the maritime sector is one of those sectors where you can really look at having a high paying job, both directly in the maritime sector and indirectly in the maritime sector. And you don't have to go to school. You don't have to go to college for that. And I think that that's important when we think about the loss of industry potentially, and the loss of the maritime sector. And so, you know, I recognize that there, and I respect both sides' opinion on this. At this time, though, right now, I also want to step back and say that I still respect the information that Dan put together in the Tioga report. I know that our port staff worked very diligently with him to make sure that the projections and what we were looking at for our growth or any changes in growth were reflected very well in what he was putting forth. And so I still respect falling back on that data and using that in my decision-making process in how this moves forward. And so at this time, I don't know that I can put forth any other vote other than to maintain the port priority use over Howard Terminal. And I say that with complete respect to my fellow colleagues at the Port of Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. I get to bat cleanup, and I have a history that nobody else here has. I was at the Port of Oakland for 16 years. I don't work for the Port of Oakland anymore. I work for the Bay. And first, I want to thank Danny and I want to make sure that everybody gives him props. I know Danny a long time. I believe Danny came here sincerely to present his vision of the economic needs and the investment needs of the Port of Oakland to handle the business they have in the milieu they have. And I respect him for that. He wanted to talk to me personally. I said, come and talk to the SPAC. I want everybody to hear the same information. I'm not going to agree with him at the end of the day, but I am going to respect him. I worked at the Port of Oakland and worked on the different decisions that added all that acreage to the port and eliminated the need for fill. And I worked at the port when there was a time where the port had a tendency to just glom whatever land it might ever need, not just vital need, not just waterfront land. I got shelled from both sides of the port people and the city people who wanted all of the Oakland Army base for themselves. When we did this work, we knew that the port was building terminal capacity at the same time that Los Angeles, Long Beach, Seattle, and Tacoma were. And there would be an excess of terminal capacity on the West Coast compared to demand. It's not surprising that all of that hasn't materialized. But as I quizzed the staff, the actual rate of growth over 20 years since 1998 at the port has been 2.2%, pretty much right on track with what's anticipated. So I'm happy that the Port of Oakland stopped kind of trying to lock up every bit of land that it possibly could. And I'm even more happy that lots of that has gone into housing development and other purposes in Brooklyn Basin. So it brings us to what we're required to do here and whether or not it's reasonable and what's the standard for reasonableness to hold on to property. I don't think you hold on to property in a port priority use if it's a speculative use. On the other hand, when the legislature gave BCDC this authority, they also established that there was a 2/3 vote requirement to remove that. That's reserved for only a few areas of governance, where the standard of reasonableness is very, very protective, and I'm mindful of that. So it brings me to, how do we deal with this? It is likely, and it is definitely in the port's interest in the larger throughput of cargo to expand the turning basin. I remember the studies for the turning basin. And we're left with the question, would a 40-acre terminal still be viable as either a container terminal on a niche basis or as a ro-ro terminal? I have not seen anything to date that convinces me that it has no utility. Moreover, one of the flaws in the discussion that I've heard, and I'm going to disagree with Danny on this, about feasibility, has to do with applying today's economics to the future need. So first of all, as a container terminal, Matson was moved out of there because they got a cheaper rent deal. Matson remains a relatively small carrier with service that continues to Hawaii, Alaska, Guam, Micronesia, and the South Pacific. They're not going to put in state-of-the-art ships for that. There's not the cargo demand. I think that evidence is pretty clear. At some point, they may be squeezed out of APL, and would 40 acres be enough to reinvest in it? I don't see a compelling case that it's not possible. Second, ro-ro. I understand that ro-ro isn't the port's core business. When I was working there, I never imagined that the port would entertain a bulk product. Things do change. And compared to the impacts of dredging sand and gravel out of coastal streams or the beaches, it's a better deal. We need it for construction. What is completely unconvincing to me on this set of facts is, while it may take a very substantial investment at the Port of Oakland to take the 40 acres that remain after the turning basin and turn it into a meaningful ro-ro terminal, you have to make that comparison to the cost of filling 40 acres and mitigating for that fill, because at some point we're going to run out of capacity, and that's what it really costs to do that business. And I haven't seen that level of analysis. Then finally, one of the comments that kind of moved the dial for me was the comment about the level of use of ancillary use at Howard Terminal now, with 400,000 movements. With 2.2 million TEUs moving, 400,000 relying on this is a huge amount. It's not quite 25%, but in terms of congestion and the ability to actually move cargo through, that's certainly more significant than I thought. Now, it might be able to be handled in some other place. There is 120 acres. Would it be of equivalent value? How would it affect throughput capacity in the short term and the long term? So I can't support removal with the understanding that this is something that we need to be extraordinarily careful about, that being the 2/3 vote requirement. And I don't see compelling information on the two possible uses that could avoid fill. And that's what matters to me. I mean, I can build an environmental justice argument on both sides of removal and retention. And those of you that knew me, and I know Diane did when I worked at the Port of Oakland, knew that was a really tough issue that I worked really hard on, as did Richard Sinkoff, as does Danny. And I have no doubt of the sincerity and the tremendous efforts of the port to deal with their community. There are a few parks still. One of them maybe should have my name on it, but there's a park at the base of the Bay Bridge, and there's a park at Middle Harbor. I understand the community's desire to have more area, but the question for me is, can I say with confidence that the removal of this would not need to fill? It could be avoided. I can't say that. So are there any other comments? So I'm going to turn to Jessica Fain. I I
I
think
think
the
you
best.
you did just get a hand up from Diane. Diane,
Okay.
do you want to speak?
Actual physical hand.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm fumbling with my buttons. I just wanted to ask a point of process here in terms of what's being asked of the SPAC. I mean, is it that we must make a recommendation, yes or no today, or is there any option for being able to get more information about whether there are mitigations basically that are contemplated as part of the Howard project? Because I just felt like there were unanswered questions there or insufficiently detailed questions that would, I think, be considerations.
Thank you for that, Diane. I've actually asked that question. The time frame set up legislatively doesn't give us the opportunity to schedule another meeting. It's today. And so the question is, could we reach consensus? And my recommendation, and I'll check with Jessica Fain, but I've done this for a long time in different venues. I would suggest that the appropriate motion would be to remove the designation, and a second that makes the motion in a positive sense. I would urge a no vote on that. Jessica, is that the appropriate way to make such a motion, to take us to an action if we can reach that action?
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of, oh, I'm sorry, Greg, did you want to?
Yeah, I was going to say, staff prepared two different slides, Jim. And
okay.
I think what you could do is you could make either motion first, right? I mean, if it doesn't pass to remove it, that doesn't mean that's the recommendation. That just means that you couldn't move to pass. You couldn't get a majority to pass it. If you get a majority to pass a no recommendation, then there's a no recommendation. If you can't get a majority for either, then the SPAC has no recommendation. And there is a third option, which was a yes recommendation with conditions, if the SPAC wanted to go in that direction. But those really seem to be the universe of choices. And obviously,
would it be better to start with a yes motion and see if somebody wants to amend it to I mean, we could see if there's by straw vote, whether or not there's a majority for that position.
you could start with a yes motion and it could fail, and then you could make the alternative motion, or it might pass and then you're done.
Okay.
And I'll just clarify that the purpose of the Seaport Planning Advisory Committee is really to advise the commission. So not only will we be transmitting to the commission any type of vote or motion that you can come to, but we will also be sharing the nature of this conversation and any additional, to Diane's point, any additional information that you think the commission would benefit from as they consider this matter. So I think that information as well would be really helpful if you want to articulate that as well.
And so I did want to say one other thing on this. Not all of the SPAC members spoke. And unless you're going to abstain, and even if you are going to abstain, it would be nice if you explained why you're going to abstain. And because this is an advisory vote, it's actually really helpful if each of you articulated what your thinking was. That'll be very helpful to BCDC commissioners. What your thinking was and why you're voting that way. That would be very much appreciated by the commission. So, I mean, I think we've heard from some of you, but I don't believe we've heard from all of you. And if that would be possible to hear from all of you, I think that would be very useful.
So what I'm going to ask Brian to do is put a motion on the table, just out of respect for him, and he indicated he wanted to do that. Or the staff could put up the removal motion, and then I'll ask each SPAC member who hasn't spoken to comment on how they might vote on it and what their reasoning is. Does that meet your concerns there, Greg?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's great. Why don't we put up the staff motions, and then you guys can obviously change them or wordsmith them or do whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Just one moment while I share my screen.
All right, so Jim, I'll make the motion. So let me just make sure this is the right one here.
Yeah, I'll give you a chance to read it.
All right, so I make a motion that the SPAC recommends approval of the Bay Plan amendment to remove the port priority use authority designation for Howard Terminal on the grounds that Oakland Athletics have demonstrated to the satisfaction of the SPAC that the deletion of the port priority use area designation for Howard Terminal would not distract or detract from the regional capability to meet the projected growth in cargo. The request both includes a jurisdiction or justification for the proposed deletion and demonstrates that the cargo forecast can be met with existing terminals.
Can I get a second for that? We need a second to discuss it. That doesn't mean you have to vote on it, but I think it is worthwhile to discuss. So can I get a second?
I second.
Okay. Kara has seconded. Kara, do you want to go ahead and indicate how you're leaning on this?
Yeah, well, I think, as I said before, I think our vote on this and our vote to approve Bay Plan Amendment 2-19 is largely guided or primarily guided by Plan Area 2050 and the fact that Howard Terminal has been approved for some time as part of the priority development area for Jack London Square downtown Oakland, and that the remainder of the port is designated as a priority production area. And there was an opportunity with the development of Plan Area 2050 to change those designations. And those designations were not changed, and they were approved by both the ABAG Executive Board and the ABAG Board and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I think there is, I think some very important questions though have been raised. And I really appreciate all of the discussion regarding concerns and questions over cargo forecasts, and to ensure that those can be accommodated elsewhere so that we are not in a position where there's going to be any bay fill. And I am still concerned about that, and would like to see potentially some additional information and commitment to ensuring that there's at least plans or a commitment in place to address that should it become an issue.
Kara, a factual question. I understand that as part of the PDAs, did that consideration include any analysis of the impact on overall capacity as BCDC is required to consider?
As far as I know, I don't know. That is not typically a consideration in terms of either PDA designation or priority production area designation. But I can't answer definitively.
Okay. Next, I think David was interested in speaking. David?
Well, when I asked,
heard you before.
Yeah, I think my position on it is clear. And when I asked staff if they were going to make a recommendation to the SPAC about what we should do, they said no. So I did not anticipate that they had prepared draft resolution. So as I said, based on the conversation that we had today, I sent something over to staff with a resolved clause that says we do not support removing Howard Terminal, and tried to explain why, just going back to the discussion and the staff's answers to questions. So that's there if you want it.
All right, thank you.
I do have that on a slide as well, just for everyone's information.
And we also have
Alan,
a slide.
Alan, welcome. We haven't heard from you. Are you comfortable speaking, or do you want to remain low key?
No, I don't have a problem speaking.
Go ahead. What's your reaction to this motion?
I've read the documents that were sent, and after listening to all the public speakers, the Port of Oakland staff, and Port of Oakland staff additional comments after the speakers, I feel that they demonstrated that the port operations and future growth could be met with the additional with their existing terminals, with the Howard Terminal being developed for the Oakland A's.
Thank you. Brandon, you've spoken. I'm going to put you on the spot, Lynn. Lynn Korwatch, you haven't spoken on this motion.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Jim. You know, my take on this is a little bit different than you've heard from others. And as you know, Jim, I'm the chair of our local harbor safety committee. And my concerns really focus on the shipboard movements adjacent to this possible facility, this ballpark. And, you know, I mean, I've had lots of conversations with our port users, the pilots and the tugboat companies, and I'm concerned about the safety issue. I think that, you know, it has not really been discussed this morning. And I think that it's just the concern I have about putting a facility like this adjacent to a very, very active waterway is of concern for me, as well as some of my fellow committee members.
All right. Help me here, Cody. Who have we not heard from on this back? All right, Greg, do I have the discretion as chair to ask for a straw vote on this motion so we can get the sense of the vote?
You do, but I'm not sure why you wouldn't just vote and either passes or it doesn't.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the difference is really. I mean, you know, if it doesn't pass, then you can move to the other one. And if that doesn't pass, then the answer is you either have a no recommendation, which is fine, or you have, you know, we have the record of how people thought about this and that which would be helpful to the commission. So it's completely. Yes, Cody, I'm going.
I'm sorry. I would also just like to note that we do have this slide. We also have what David had sent us before that is on another slide. And we also have an opposing view slide as well. So we kind of covered the gamut with them. We got a lot of options for you here. You know, I don't know if you guys want to look at those ones. Or
so I'll turn it back to the SPAC and ask for raised hands if you want either further discussion of this motion or one of the alternative languages put on the table. So I'll give you a second or two to raise your hands.
Jim, I'm happy to vote on this. Just
okay.
My opinion,
I see.
This is an active motion, so we either need to vote on this or continue to discuss or vote on it.
Brian, continue to discuss or vote on it. Diane?
Sorry, I just wanted to put my comments on the record in that, again, I don't feel like we have sufficient information on the Howard project for us to support this particular recommendation. So I would vote no with the hope that there's better information that could allow a reconsideration later. Thank you.
Diane, maybe you'd like to.
Greg, you just muted yourself.
Right. I said, Diane, I think it would be really helpful if you indicated what information you thought was missing.
Okay. Well, I think the main information was around what I understood from Danny Wan when he was discussing the fact that there are negotiations in place around looking at accommodations for allowing for the port operations to still be maintained, even if the Howard Terminal site was lost. And also the, backup details about the backup truck staging and support services on the upland areas, which were generally described as being provided for, but in light of the public comments that we've got, I don't think that we have a level of detail that gives us clarity that those operational needs are still going to be maintained.
If I see no further hands, and I don't, I'm going to ask Cody to call the roll on this.
Ready?
Yes?
Yes, okay. Jim McGrath,
I vote no.
Diane Oshima. Wait,
No.
Christine Zortman,
No, with all due respect to my fellow port colleagues.
Kara Busich,
Yes.
Alan Wolken,
Yes.
Jim Triplett,
No.
Ryan Brandes,
Yes.
David Lewis,
No.
Captain Corwatch,
No.
and Jean Finney.
Abstain.
So the announced vote is 3 in favor, 6 opposed, and 1 abstain. The motion fails.
That is correct.
Does anyone at this point, seeing that this motion fails, desire to try to craft an alternative motion that might pass?
Yeah, Jim, I'd like to propose my motion because I'm trying to encapsulate what I heard as the current state of play. And so maybe that will help clarify things for people, or they can amend it. And I just want to say in response to, Diane's point about more information, I kind of want to defend the staff here because I feel like they've been asking the Port for the Port of Oakland for the information that you feel is lacking for quite some time, and it hasn't been forthcoming in a way that's sufficient in my mind. So I think I just want to make sure people don't feel like that's a shortcoming on BCDC staff's part, because I feel like they've tried really hard.
So you've offered this as a motion.
Yes.
Can I get a second so we can discuss this?
I'll second it.
Seconded by SPAC member Triplett. I'll open the door. I'll open the floor for discussion.
This is Alan with the Port of Richmond. What specifically is this second motion? What is it? What would we be voting on then now?
This is a motion that recommends that the BCDC not vote to approve Bay Plan amendment.
So, Jim, I think it's a little more than that. It's a motion that votes not to that, but it has specific reasoning and specific clauses in here about why.
Right.
As opposed to basically the inverse of the previous motion. So by voting on this, the SPAC would be saying, if they vote yes, this is their adopted reasoning.
It articulates in essence findings to go and accompany with the failure of the motion to approve.
So this is what's written on the screen right now is what David Lewis sent to us. Do we want to have David read it out loud?
Sure, go ahead, David, read it out loud.
I can if you want, sure. Maybe some folks don't have access to the screen. So this says, whereas Howard Terminal has recently been used for important ancillary activities to support efficient movement of cargo and is currently being used to relieve critical supply chain challenges and improve the flow of agricultural exports. Secondly, whereas the Port of Oakland has not yet provided specific and enforceable proposals to designate alternative locations for cargo and/or ancillary activities, or to designate new port priority use areas should Howard Terminal be removed from port priority use. Third, whereas the cargo forecast adopted by us by the Seaport Plan Advisory Committee in May 2020 indicates Howard Terminal likely will be needed for port priority uses as the region experiences continued cargo growth, either as an active terminal or for directly related ancillary uses, given its flexible nature and ability to accommodate different types of cargo. And whereas deletion of Howard Terminal from post-priority use would detract from the regional capability to meet projected growth in cargo as indicated by the adopted cargo forecast, and based on all available information, proposed removal for priority use area designation from Howard Terminal is not consistent with relevant Seaport Plan and Bay Plan policies. Therefore, the Seaport Plan Advisory Committee recommends that the Bay Conservation and Development Commission should not approve Bay Plan Amendment 2-19. So really, again, what I tried to do here was look at the questions that the staff suggested we consider, and outline the standards that staff has highlighted for us, what we're supposed to be relying on as a committee if we make a recommendation to the commission, and just put those down in one place. I think it's helpful to articulate the reasons, and this is the reasoning that I heard. And if people want to reword that or remove the reasons and have the commission guess while we're making a recommendation, that's, welcome to try to do that.
Do I see any hands for discussion purposes? Diane, go ahead.
Thank you, David, for documenting this. I think it's helpful in terms of providing a more detailed backup, but I cannot support it because, again, sort of hearkening back to my comments about these cargo forecasts, the description of the references to the forecast here make it sound like it's a uniform set of numbers when in fact it's a broad range. And I think it being open to interpretation that our seaports have to be meeting moderate to high cargo forecasts, which have not really been the norm in the past, is a challenge for ports, because maintaining facilities and investments to meet that high bar when the actual business levels are lower is a business challenge. And so I can't support the language as you've written because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. David, I have some of the similar concerns. To me, in preparing for this, to me, it was not a burden of proof question. It was, first of all, I don't see anything magical about 2050, that it's okay to hold something only if it's needed by 2040 or 2050, when it might be needed by 2060. And if you look at the cargo forecasts, which are never going to be perfectly correct, I mean, Diane's correct on that, you're kind of shoehorning everything in at the port on containers, and also ignoring the August peak. I mean, as the staff said, it was 98% full, and then there's this 8%. So there's not much margin, even in 2050, much less beyond. Secondly, I'm troubled and changed kind of my thinking today on the ancillary facilities issue. Much of the time that's been framed not as a Bay Phil question, but as an environmental justice question. And of course, there are environmental justice issues with emissions wherever those activities are. And today, we're not deciding that some people get the emissions and some people don't. the basis for our consideration is, can we say with very strong certainty that it would not be needed? I'm just not convinced either on the margin of direct cargo handling facility in 2050 and beyond, and on RoRo, and the analysis and the arguments on RoRo. I mean, you got a 40 acres of fill that don't need to be mitigated. That's a tremendous asset in the shipping business. Now, whether or not it justifies the kind of changes to wharfage that would be needed, but remember, those need not be competitive with Benicia for one at this moment. The question is, should that be retained as an option until we know with a greater level of certainty it's not? So I kind of support Diane on this one, that trying to articulate our reasoning in this much detail makes me a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, I was really trying to capture all the reasons that I heard people state, and the reason that I referenced the cargo forecast is that's what we're supposed to be relying on in making a recommendation, whether since we adopted it. But I'm happy for folks to reword or remove explanations that they don't want attached to a recommendation. Yeah, I guess just Diane, on your point, since there are three different scenarios in the cargo forecast, and two of them indicated that Howard would likely be needed, it seems like it's more likely than not likely that it'll be needed. But again, I think I'm not wedded to whereases if they're not reflective of what the majority thinks are important reasons for the commission to hear from us. Then there's all this information in the staff report. I assume the commission will get all that information from the staff as well. It's more whether there's something we want to highlight as main reasons for our recommendation.
David, let me ask Cody a question. Cody, can you refresh all of our minds on the shortfalls in bulk product? And I recognize that the Port of Oakland is proposing to accommodate some of that, at least on an interim basis, and RoRo. What is the acreage requirement there that might lead to fill?
I might be able to help answer that, Commissioner. Just pull up. It's a particular slide on the presentation. I might have to share it really quickly, but it might be helpful.
Yeah.
If you want to get those acreages.
Please.
Okay, and someone stop sharing the screen. I'll share mine. Excuse me. This is probably the best overall chart to show in terms of the available acreage for all the dormant and underutilized sites, and then the total of moderate, slow, and strong growth needs. And as I look at this, these are additive for all cargo types. But you can see under the moderate growth needs, 160 for RoRo and 12 for dry bulk. So those are the numbers you're looking for.
Beyond what we have.
Yes, under the moderate growth scenario.
So, and to me, this is compelling. The possibility of saving 40 acres of fill is important to me. I think that's important to my responsibilities here. David and Greg, do we need findings to support?
No, we don't. If you're asking me, right? Yeah, no, you don't need it. Staff actually drafted the no motion for you guys. You obviously can add in whatever you want, but you could also do, why don't you bring up the slide that staff drafted so they can see it for a second. So you could, that's as simple as you could make it, or you can add findings or do whatever you want, but you don't need to. It could be this simple.
Can everyone see that, or does someone need to read it?
I can certainly see it.
Yeah,
The
I can see
cataracts
it.
aren't that bad.
But if you do decide to go with that, since there is an active motion on the table with a second, either the second has to withdraw the second, or the maker of the motion has to withdraw his motion. If otherwise, you need to vote on it and complete it.
Yeah, if the chair would prefer to have the staff's version as the underlying motion, I'm happy to withdraw mine.
I think it's simpler, and in the next 10 minutes, I don't want to try to craft more detailed findings, David. It would be even nicer if you withdrew yours and made the motion. The staff
I'm happy to do that to help you move things along.
All right, thank you, David. Can I get a second? That's been withdrawn. Put the staff's one up. There we go. Can I get a second?
I'll make a second, but the second is to this new draft recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'll make a second.
I think that's a simpler articulation. I think it's pretty clear that there are some divergent reasonings as to the relative importance of why we reached this conclusion, but I think we still reached this conclusion. Is it appropriate to call a question at this point? I'll entertain any hand that objects.
Chair McGrath, this is your court reporter. Who moved this opposing draft recommendation, please? I don't have that.
David withdrew the first and made this motion.
Okay, so David moved the opposing draft recommendation.
That's right, the one that's current before.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Cody or Corey or Rachel, let's call the roll.
Okay, I can do that. All right. McGrath,
I will support this motion, yes.
Diane Oshima,
I support the recommendation, although with concern still about the cargo forecast, notwithstanding the chart that was just shown. Thank you.
Christine Zortman.
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I support the recommendation.
Okay. Kara Vusic.
No.
Alan Wolken.
No.
Jim Triplett.
Yes.
Okay.
Brian Brandeis.
No.
David Lewis.
Yes.
Captain Corwatch.
I support the recommendation.
And Jean Finney.
Abstain.
This motion passes by a vote of 6 to 3 to 1. Is that correct, Cody?
That is correct. Complete flip.
And that fit. Is there a hand up? Go ahead, Diane.
I'm sorry for this. I'm struggling here with this decision still, because I'm uncomfortable with I still have open questions. I realize that I'm waffling here, but I think I need to rescind my decision on this and to vote no, in the hopes that we have better information about the proposal for the Howard Terminal, and then again, my concerns about the questions in the forecasts and the requirement for the port to respond to that. So I apologize for my transgressions here, but I am changing my vote to say no.
Okay. Then the motion would pass by So I have a point of order question here for Greg. With 10 members voting and a 5-4-1 vote, does the motion pass or not?
Sorry, I was muted. I said yes, the motion passes.
The motion passes. The vote is clear. Thank you, Diane. I understand your concerns. This is, as I said to the staff yesterday, this is a really big deal. This is a very controversial project. This is not easy for any of us, and including the public. So that finishes item 5. Now we'll have a brief discussion of next steps. What happens next, Steph?
I'll just reshare my screen really quickly with the timeline that you guys had seen before. But just to reiterate, today, March 16th, SPAC meeting. In just about 2 weeks from now, the BCDC staff report and preliminary recommendation to the commission will be sent. April 21st, there will be a commission briefing on the cargo forecast. And then BCDC, the commission will hold at least one public hearing on May 5th, and aiming after that for a vote on June 2nd, although we are also holding the second meeting in June as a possible reserve date, all of this needing to happen before the legislatively imposed deadline on July 7th. That's just a repeat of the timeline, but for everyone's reference.
I understand. I'll announce that Christine has to leave. I will thank her for hanging in there, and I did my best, and I succeeded in getting us through that by the time you had to leave. So thanks for hanging with us. Anything more, Corey?
Don't believe so, unless Jessica, Greg, I don't think so.
So I will announce this result at tomorrow's BCDC meeting as part of a report. I will capture, because I understand them very well, Diane's concerns and how we deal with uncertainty going forward is certainly something that the full commission will have to grapple with as well. So with that, a motion to adjourn would be appropriate.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Alan. In a second. You guys have other things to do. I'll second it. All in favor, raise their hands.
Aye.
So we stand adjourned. Thank you for your attention and all your thoughtful comments. And I extend that to the public as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks.